I'm going to recuse, so I'll just make that announcement at the beginning.
We are live on YouTube right now.
Thank you.
And we are good to go.
Okay. Solicitor Walsh, you ready for the committee to open?
It is 5:58, and that is in order for the Finance Committee under your chairmanship with Councilman Foley and Councilman Gephardt to proceed.
Thank you, sir. The time is now 5:59, and the Warwick Finance Committee is now open. Before us today is, oh, here it is. PCR 5121-22006, City of Warwick Medical, Pharmaceutical, and Dental Insurance Benefits. May I have a motion to move to the floor for discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman. I guess you're going to move this to the floor for discussion. At that time, is the consensus of the members of the council to allow the public to speak and weigh in as well?
Mr. President?
Yes, that is our intent.
Okay, so it's agreed amongst the members of the council that the public will be allowed to speak when this moves to the full floor, correct?
Yes, that was always the intent.
All right, thank you.
I agree, Mr. President. I believe that was always the practice.
I wasn't insinuating it wasn't. I just wanted a clarification before we did.
So to clarify any misconceptions, we can incorporate that public hearing testimony language into the motion that the committee may consider.
Thank you.
Right.
So I will make the motion then that we move PCR 5121 to the floor to include public comment for discussion.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilman, Mr. President?
I just closed the Finance Committee meeting.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. The time is now 6:01. The Warwick Finance Committee is now closed.
Mr. President, I just closed the
Thank you. The time is now 6:01.
All right, we're getting some background. If everyone can mute their microphones to start here. All right. I called the special meeting, March 31st, 2021 meeting to order. The following options are available to access this meeting this evening. This could be all this information that I'm going to find, that I'm going to speak about will be on the City Council's website. Again, please everyone mute their microphones. We're getting some serious feedback here.
Councilman McElroy.
All right, thank you. Okay, so these are the following options that are available to access this meeting. I'm going to read it off, but again, anybody that would like to see this is on the City Council's website, on the City of Warwick's webpage, where you can find all this information. You may access or participate in the meeting using the Zoom application on a smart device or on a PC via web at zoom.us and clicking on Join a Meeting in the upper right hand of the page. The web ID number this evening is 978-8786-9794. Again, this information will be on our website. Anyone wanting to participate via telephone only may call one of the following numbers, non-toll-free numbers. While most mobile phone carriers do not place an extra charge on customers for toll calls, it is up to you to check with your carrier concerning potential charges you would be responsible for. The first number is 1-646-558-8656. The next number is 1-301-715-8592. The next number is 1-312-626-6799. The next number is 1-669-900-9128. The next number is 1-253-215-8782. The next number is 1-346-248-7799. Toll-free numbers from anywhere in the United States, you can use 1-877-853-5247 or 1-888-788-0099. The next number is 1-833-548-0276. And the next number is 1-833-548-0282. Please note, if you're experiencing trouble connecting via a toll-free number, please try the next one on the list. Again, all those numbers are on our website this evening. You will need to punch in the web ID number, which again is 978-8786-9794 on your touchtone keypad. While everyone joining the meeting will be muted, if at the appropriate time during the proceedings you wish to ask a question, you may, if using a smartphone or a PC, click on the raise your hand icon. The meeting moderator will then ask for the participant having raised their hand to be unmuted. After the question, answer, and further discussion, the participant will be muted again and will need to click on the raise hand icon or punch *9 to ask an additional question. If phoning in, punch *9 on the touchtone keypad. The moderator will indicate when it is your turn to comment or ask a question. All right, the clerk will call the roll. And Lynn, you're muted.
I can't unmute. Sorry about that. Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Yeah.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi?
Here.
Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I just want to make an announcement. We had invited Sergeant Higgins from the Warwick Police Department. He was going to meet us. He was going to lead us last Monday at the council meeting. He couldn't join us this evening because he is in charge of the Easter Bunny drive-by that's happening right now, where you can take your children to meet the Easter Bunny this evening in Warwick. But I just wanted to make special mentions of all the work that Sergeant Higgins and our community officers are doing for the city of Warwick. Sergeant Higgins was the one who organized the parade a couple weeks ago for a young Warwick resident, Rowan. We had the parade of police cars and fire trucks and even a helicopter that went around. And it was all to make him smile. And he's going through a tough time right now, but the city of Warwick supports him and his family. And, Sergeant Higgins and the Warwick Police Department, they were the faces of this. And that is not something that is in their day-to-day job. They do that because they care and they want to be part of the community. So we will be having Sergeant Higgins join us at another time. But I just wanted to thank him and let everybody know of all the great work that not only the sergeant is doing, but our community officers in Warwick. We have the best police department in the state. They really work hard to be a positive impact on our community. They meet with neighborhood groups. They meet with individuals. They're there anytime. So I just wanted to thank them and thank Sergeant Higgins for all his great work. And if you're not watching the meeting tonight, I hope you enjoy the Easter Bunny this evening. So with that, I'm going to ask Councilman Howe to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Christ,
Thank you very much, Councilman Howe. All right, so next up on the agenda this evening is executive communications. There are none. Then is general communications. I believe Councilman Ricks has an announcement to make. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion and vote this evening due to a conflict of interest. I've submitted the signed form to the council solicitor, so he will distribute that accordingly. And then I suppose one other quick general communication and much more positive news. Suburban Pharmacy had its first COVID-19 vaccine clinic today, and it was a huge success.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Anybody else have anything for general communications this evening? Let me just check my participation thing. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Next up, the purpose of this meeting this evening is to vote on a recommendation for the award of the bid for 2022-006 City of Warwick Medical, Pharmacy, and Dental Insurance Benefits. So first up this evening is PCR 51-21, 2022-006, the City of Warwick Medical, Pharmacy, and Dental Insurance Benefits Plan. So earlier this evening, we moved this to the floor for discussion for the full council. And we are going to speak now with our healthcare consultants, MMA. And I will also give the opportunity to the mayor's office if they would like to do the introduction, or if we want to just have MMA take it. How would you like to do that? Mr. Schaefer, do you want us to go right to MMA?
I thought, Steve, are you going to give a brief introduction? I would like to speak for 1 or 2 minutes as well.
Okay.
Sure, I'm sorry.
All right.
Yes, my name's Stephen Rotondo. I'm the director. I'm the personnel director for the City of Warwick. And in January of this year, with the concurrence of the City Council, we contracted with the consulting firm of Marsh & McLennan Agency, we'll refer to them as MMA, to independently review the city's health and dental insurance options for active and retired employees. So as many of you know, insurance coverage represents an annual operating expense of over $24 million for the city. This does not include the Warwick School Department. The consultants prepared an RFP, and when the bids were received just 2 weeks ago, engaged in the heavy lifting of data extraction and analysis. They prepared a recommendation reviewed by me, Peter Schaefer, the Director of Finance, and Bruce Kaiser, Director of Planning. And Mr. Kaiser was asked by the administration to participate in the review because of his extensive experience in municipal management, to include budgeting and managing employee health and dental insurance. The recommendation is summarized in a March 26 memo to council and is based on cost, risk aversion, and robust wellness program and administrative support. The recommendation was for the Rhode Island Interlocal Risk Management Trust. And so I'll let, and Peter did want to make a statement coming into this, and then we should turn it over to the consultants.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah, you know, the mayor and I are working hard on the budget, and we're going to be there pretty soon. And it's an interesting and challenging year at the same time. You may all think that we're going to get millions of dollars pouring in from the American Rescue Plan, and in fact, we are. But the fact of the matter is there are very restrictive uses for those funds. Right now, we're not comfortable that we can recognize a large portion of those funds. And I chair a group of finance directors that meets every other week, and we've been taught all of the communities in the state are struggling. We probably won't have regulations from the federal government for at least 50 days. So when I heard that we have an opportunity to save $1.3 million, that went a long way to resolving our problems of bringing to you a budget that's reasonable and rational for the citizens of the city of Warwick. Now, I just want to talk for a minute about that $1.3 million, and you'll see some numbers in the tables. The fact of the matter is, though, that's not going to be the number that you'll see in the budget, because the mayor's made a commitment. That number is based upon the number of covered lives as of January. As you know, the mayor's made a commitment to for a recruitment class for the fire department. He's made a commitment to bring back a number of employees who were laid off a year ago. So there will be more lives covered. But the savings of 1.3 million are essentially guaranteed. They have guaranteed these rates. That's wonderful for us putting the budget together. Part of the concern we had when we discussed it was, what about the second and third year? And we weren't going to get this kind of bid unless we went out for 3 years. We've gone out for 3 years. That's the deal. That's what was the pricing by the trust was offered based upon a 3-year contract. We've had good experience with them back when they used to be our administrator for health benefits. I don't see any extraordinary increases going forward. In any event, we'll know better how we can spend that federal money. But right now, this is a critical element of putting together a reasonable and rational budget for the city of Warwick for fiscal year 22. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. All right, so at this time, I'm going to ask the healthcare consultant, MMA, to just introduce yourselves and present your findings to the City Council. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Chaplick, and I am the Regional Vice President for the Public Sector at Marsh & McLennan Agency. We work with many employers, and I specifically focus on the public sector in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, working with cities and towns. Megan, would you like to introduce yourself? And then Mike?
Good evening. My name is Megan Sloan. I'm a senior consultant at Marsh & McLennan, and I have been working alongside Danielle with many of our municipal clients.
And good evening, everybody. I'm Mike Gillis. I'm the Director of Underwriting with Marsh & McLennan Agency in the Northeast region. Like Megan, I've been working with Danielle on our municipality segment for several years now. Thank you.
Megan, are you able to share your screen? Great. And we can start at slide 3, please. So I understand that the council was able to attain our presentation beforehand, and hopefully you've had a chance to look at it. So essentially what we want to do tonight is provide you an overview of our process, who we solicited bids from, and looking at more granularly the medical and dental itself and what those results yielded, and then go through what we believe to be the key advantages and disadvantages of the options at hand, and then provide you with recommendations. So I think that Stephen really gave a good overview on this slide of who we are. I would just add the caveat that this is the second year that we've looked at the city's costs. Last year, we also underwent a similar process. So we, in doing so, have had the opportunity to look at back in terms of the tenure with the trust in past years, as well as comparing that to the WV over the past 2 times that we've looked at these costs. Megan, if you could please go to the next slide. So here, this is really an overview of our process in terms of being transparent and how we approach this. And, you know, essentially we were contracted in January. We had a very quick turnaround on this, you know, in conjunction with a new administration coming on and so forth. So we essentially put this together in January and February, and it was very important for our process to be very open and transparent. And we essentially went out to the market to all of the major carriers in Rhode Island, including Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, United, Tufts, and all of the regional purchasers on the medical, and then also went out to the ancillary carriers as well for dental, including Delta Dental, Altus, and MetLife. So we essentially made that outreach to ensure that we had the most competitive process for the city, and we made all questions public, and then wrapped up our process about 2 weeks ago in terms of the bids coming back, and just recently put together our recommendation. Now, essentially, we looked at this bid in 3 categories: self-insured model, a fully insured model, and then looking specifically at the regional purchasers, which essentially are a combination of both and operate a little bit differently than a traditional self and fully insured model, which we'll get into a little bit down the line in the presentation. But this was sort of the crust of our analysis, looking at fundamentally what the pros and cons are for the city, staying self-insured and or going into a fully insured model, and taking that a step further, what would that look like under a pooled arrangement? Megan, next slide. And these are really the key caveats of what we looked at in terms of our evaluation. I would add a few other things that, you know, perhaps were more at hand this year. So as I mentioned before, the sort of the fundamental discussion of, does it make sense for the city to stay self-insured or consider a fully insured arrangement? How does that reconcile with what the current landscape is, what the current costs are, what the prospective budgetary considerations are, and then finally, you know, where we are in the environment of COVID and the volatility and, you know, prospective volatility of these costs and how that plays into this. We also looked at a couple of other aspects as well in terms of collaborating with the priorities of the administration, such as what are the administrative considerations of potentially looking at another option, and are there potential opportunities for programmatic expansion? So that's really, I think, the framework for what we have put together and where our final recommendation comes from. So the second section here, we just wanted to put a few slides in here. We're not going to necessarily go over this right now, but we've heard in the past that there, you know, may be some education that would be helpful on a self-insured versus fully insured model. So we put these in here as a point of reference that we can come back to if we need it. Now, Megan, I'm going to turn it over to Megan, and what we're going to do now is really go into the granularities of the assessment, breaking this down between medical and dental. And I would preface this by saying, especially, you know, given our commitment to the city, and especially hearing in the beginning about the sergeant and the police and fire and others, you know, we're very invested in Warwick and other communities and working on behalf of the member first and making a least disruption for them and preserving as much as we can. I would say that overall the city's fortunate, as you'll see, you have a competitive option, you know, both with the trust and the WB, which is a good place to be in. And, you know, I think overall costs have been stable right now. And so in making decisions and particularly contemplating going to a 3-year contract and so forth, you know, this is a good time to be doing this. So it's more of a proactive approach rather than reactionary when costs, you know, may change. We don't know that in 2 or 3 years. But I think that, you know, overall the city is fortunate because it has been presented with 2 viable options. Megan?
Thank you, Danielle. Good evening again. So I'm going to spend a couple minutes walking through, again, who we did receive bids from, giving you a high-level overview of what those bids looked like. And then I'll pass it over to my colleague, Mike, who is going to walk through some further considerations. So as Danielle mentioned, we did get the RFP sent out in late February, and we did receive 3 proposals, one from the incumbent WB, another one from the trust, and also a proposal from Aetna. On another component of the proposal, which was stop loss procurement. So we did receive a proposal from Amwin as well, and they're an organization that works with a multitude of different stop loss markets. So we did get one specific quote and several quotes that were pending based on further claims data, which is very common in the stop loss environment. So as Danielle alluded to earlier, there are certainly several key components that we look for as we go through our analysis. So mentioning, you know, provider network and access, ensuring that City of Warwick members and their families would have adequate access to doctors and facilities in the given network. We look at wellness benefits and programs. We look at the reporting and the claims adjudication that is administered through these organizations. We also look at implementation and open enrollment support. How are City of Warwick members going to be educated on the benefits that are available to them? We also look for experience, so overall experience within the municipal market as well. So of the 3 proposals that we received, we'll walk through a couple items here, and then we're going to spend some time talking further about considerations between the WB and the trust. So Aetna provided a very comprehensive proposal. They put a lot of work into the proposal that was submitted. A few main factors that this, we need to bring, up to the council for your attention is they provided a self-funded proposal. So that would mean the City of Warwick would use Aetna as their claims administrator and purchase stop loss to protect the city against high claims. So when an entity is self-funded, we look at discounts, and their claims discounts were coming in not as favorably, as the city has access to today. So we estimated that the medical claims could be potentially $5 million higher than where we are today. In addition, we look at their provider network. So are the doctors and hospitals that City of Warwick members use today in Aetna's network? And it came in at a 91.6% provider match. So it was good, but there would be some disruption for members. And in addition, one other item that's important to note is stop loss. So, the city would be on their own, shall we say, if you were to procure stop loss just under the City of Warwick. Being in a collaborative allows you sort of that purchasing power when you're grouped with other similar communities to achieve more savings on the stop loss front. I mentioned Amwin earlier on the self-funded or the stop loss proposal. They provided a really comprehensive proposal as well. Their proposal was contingent on having a third-party administrator provide a competitive proposal. So unfortunately, Amwin's was really not under consideration because we did not have a competitive third-party administrator proposal. The trust provided a very comprehensive proposal as well. And they have provided very attractive savings, close to $1.3 million below where the WB has proposed for fiscal year 22. And the WB presented a very comprehensive proposal as well. And they proposed a 0% increase to fiscal year 21 rates. So when we look at the numbers, right now we're looking just at medical. So on the current cost that the city is basically, paying on an annual basis, you're at $23.1 million. This is a gross number. It is inclusive of the city's subsidy of employee health insurance and the employee contributions. So what's coming out of employee paychecks. This would be carried forward at 0. So no plan was getting an increase proposed by the WB. These numbers are also current, Peter mentioned, through January based on enrolled headcount at that time. So I just want to be clear, there could be some fluctuation based on if you've hired or lost people from the plan. The trust proposal came in at a 5.6% decrease from the current WB rates and the proposed WB rates. So that yields a $1.3 million savings gross. So again, combination of employer and employee dollars. On the dental front, we did receive many competitive and comprehensive proposals from the market. We received proposals from WB, Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Rhode Island, Delta Dental, MetLife, and the Trust. Delta Dental's proposed working rates under a self-insured model did show the largest savings. However, those are really suggested working rates, and the city's savings would be contingent upon claims paid. You'll see on the next page a spread of where everyone came in. All bidders, besides Blue Cross on a fully insured basis, came in below. And that's not uncommon from what we're seeing in the market right now with all of our clients due to COVID. So a lot of claims were suppressed. A lot of people weren't able to get in to see their dentist last year. And the carriers are, understanding of that. And we're seeing a lot of decreased costs for dental in the next fiscal year. You'll see here the two top medical competitors. The WB is in at a 5% decrease from current dental costs, and the trust is in at 7% below current dental costs. It's important to note that the underlying dental carrier for both the WB and the trust is Delta Dental. All right, I am going to pass it over to Mike Gillis, who is going to walk us through some considerations.
Thank you, Megan. So the trust and the WB both provided very competitive options, very compelling options. One thing that I do just want to make sure is clear is the fundamental difference between the funding mechanisms of the two. The WB essentially operates as a self-insured funding mechanism, meaning that they put forth a budget and they charge the city rates based on that budget, based on their expectations around where the costs will be for the next plan year. Within that budget is an estimation around what the claims will be, what the claim cost will be for those claims accumulated by employees of the city of Warwick and their families. If the ending result is at the end of the plan year turns out to be favorable to those claim expectations, that surplus becomes an asset of the city. If there's if the claims run higher than expectations, then that difference becomes that deficit becomes a liability of the city. Under the trust model, the budget and the rates put forth are guaranteed. So the trust is taking on the risk or potentially the reward of claims coming in above or below expectations. So when we talk about the $1.3 million difference, that is a difference in terms of what would be paid during the plan year, but it is not guaranteed that that would be the endpoint difference in total assets to the city. So I just want to make sure that is clear. That's a big fundamental difference between the two options that are on the table. In both cases, both programs manage costs very well. We've seen that from past experiences among all the municipalities with both organizations. Do you want to go to the next slide? Okay, thanks, Megan. I want to read through this word for word, but I'm just going to highlight some of the differences here. So if we look at the middle of the page, since the city of Warwick moved to the WB almost 4 years ago now, the claims have been favorable to expectations to the point where a nearly $4 million surplus has been accumulated. Most of that was accumulated in the most recent year. And the reason for that is because the impact that the COVID pandemic had on medical services actually suppressed a lot of services, and the costs in 2020 ended up being much less than expectations would have been going into the year. So there are some options for the city around what to do with that surplus. As they approach the beginning of each fiscal year, there's an opportunity to withdraw some of those funds or apply to the working rates as a reduction for the next plan year. essentially it sits as a reserve opportunity, so that if there was a year where the claims ran unfavorable to expectations, that deficit would essentially be drawn off of that surplus. If with the WB model being a self-insured model, there would be some liability to the city upon termination, and that is to cover any claim run out beyond the end of the plan year. Our estimation is that liability is about $1.55 million, and that would be drawn from the surplus that currently stands with the WB. No additional penalties would be assessed upon terminating in the next fiscal year. Can you go to the next slide, Megan? Under the trust, again, it's a fully insured type of model. Within that model, there's the recognition of, or the accounting for the fact that claim liability that would occur at the end of the year under the WB self-insured model would not be a liability of the city upon termination with the trust. So that additional expected liability beyond termination is built in to those rates at the beginning of the plan year. I did mention that essentially the trust takes on the claim liability under their essentially fully insured model, but any favorability well maintained by the trust goes into a fund, and based on the performance of the overall trust, typically there are member equity disbursements that are paid out to each member within the organization at the end of the year, if it's determined by an impartial third party that the reserves exceed their requirements to continue to provide a healthy organization. If the city were to join the trust, there are some liquidated damages for terminating in less than the 3-year period. If terminating within 2 years, the city would owe 1 month of premium. If terminating in less than 3 years, they would owe a half a month of premium. It does make a lot of sense why those liquidated damages are implemented. The main reason is to maintain the health of the trust over the long run. So you don't have members joining and leaving the trust from year to year, especially if there's a bad year and they leave the trust with those deficits. So that's really something to be aware of in the event that, for whatever reason there was a thought of leaving the trust in less than 3 years, that those liabilities would occur. But the reason is for the overall, maintaining the overall health of the trust. And, it's something I imagine the city would appreciate if they were a part of the trust to, keep those sorts of things from happening with other members. Next slide.
Mike, I can jump in here.
Okay.
So part of our analysis was to evaluate whether each bidder would propose similar plan designs comparable to what is currently administered by the WB and Blue Cross. So we want to call your attention to the trust has maintained all current plan designs for city members. One item we felt was important to bring to your attention was there is a change in the pharmacy benefit manager. So while copays will feel the same for members, the company that is administering the drugs or managing the drug plan is different than what is utilized today under Blue Cross. So we do not anticipate any type of major disruption to members. So they have a robust network of pharmacies in Rhode Island and throughout the country. But each pharmacy benefit manager will have their own list of covered drugs. So that is one item that we think we just wanted to bring to your attention. But again, we do not anticipate any major disruption for members.
So I can take this last slide, Megan, and then we'll open it up to questions, I suppose. So, this is a lot of information, I think, on the advantages and disadvantages of both arrangements. And, from a historical lens, I think as Mike and Megan have alluded to, the city has performed well under both arrangements in the past. There's always going to be unknowns when you're in a fully insured group with what rate increases may be in years 2 and 3. Every municipality that we work with that is either traditionally fully insured with a carrier and or with one of these type of collaborations has the same concerns. All we can do is look at historically how the city performed with the trust in the past, which was as favorable as it has with the WB. It really comes down to, does the city intend or want to stay at risk, stay self-insured and have the liability of its claims? Or is there another path where it makes sense to be part of a larger pool and have that level of protection? Knowing that in either case, especially particularly with COVID costs being unknown, as we've seen, as Megan outlined here, claims have been, fairly low this year. And we definitely do anticipate that, there will be some reconciliation in the future. And, we would see that affecting the city, whether it is staying self-insured with the WB or going with the trust. I think that, it's on even ground in that capacity. So it's sort of a question of, what are the city's priorities and what makes sense with the current environment, and then in conjunction with the savings that we're seeing from the trust. So, all of those factors, and I would add, as I started with, looking at where the gaps are, particularly on the administration side. This is a new team that has come in, and we want to look at where are some areas of administration functions that could potentially be enhanced, and are there other programmatic resources that the city could potentially have as well or experience with moving to the trust. So with all of those considerations, and then finally looking at a 3-year contract, which the city has historically over the past number of years gone out to bid year over year, which, last year was one of our key recommendations, because we are concerned that going out to bid year over year will definitely dilute the city's competitiveness in the market. And we've seen that happen, I think, over time. And we're concerned, at some point that the city may not have this kind of competitive landscape, especially if utilization does change in the next couple of years. So we do consider it to be very important for the city to consider going with a 3-year contract and having that commitment with one vendor, which is a standard practice in both the public and private sectors for the reasons that I've outlined. So given all of these considerations and the city's priorities, we do recommend that the council consider moving its members into the trust. So I will, pass this back over to the council president.
Okay, thank you very much. So just for kind of procedurals here, what I envision this evening is we have the healthcare consultants here. So I'd like to, we will have the council ask questions regarding the presentation that we just had here. I also want to give the opportunity if the trust or WB or any company that had bid, if they would like to participate, that they're obviously welcome to participate as well. It's a little different here on Zoom, as you have to raise your hand. So please do that. And of course, we will be opening up for questions from the public as well. So we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to ask their questions to our healthcare consultants who are making this recommendation, and the administration as well. So that's kind of where I see us going from here. I will kick us off a little bit, just some comments and some questions, and then I will look to hear from my colleagues on the council. First off, I think we're in a very good position. We have two very strong companies, two very strong bids. We really can't go wrong here, which is good. So I appreciate, both WB and the trust with their putting these packages together and these bids together for us to consider this evening. On the 3-year agreement, I like that. I think that is something that that we should seriously consider this evening. We've been going year to year since I've been on the council, and that creates a lot of uncertainty for our members. We just heard on the recommendation on that as well. It also could make us less competitive in the future if we are continuing to go year to year. It's very hard to predict anything in this business or anything really. I understand that, but I do think in the time that we are now, that a 3-year, when we have kind of an idea of what the costs are going to be and where, what we'll be providing at the very least, what we'll be providing is very important. I know everyone is so sick of hearing about COVID and whatnot, but we do not know the impact COVID is going to have on us this year, next year, and the following year. No one does. And if they say they know, they're selling you a bill of goods. This year, people didn't go to get medical services as much because they were trying to avoid the hospitals at all costs. So I think that's why a lot of the savings were there. We don't know if that's going to continue or not. So I do like the idea of a 3-year agreement. I think that gives some stability to the city and to our members, that they'll know, okay, at least going forward for these years, this is what to expect. This is really comes down to, fully insured versus self-insured, more flexibility, less flexibility, shared costs, keeping all the savings for one. These are all the issues that I'm sure we're going to hear about from everyone this evening. Just a few questions. Again, we don't know. So the first year we could see $1.3 million in savings that we could actually get right away and use as the finance director mentioned. We won't see that full number in the budget. I understand that, but that is money coming here if we were to go with this. The trust healthcare rate adjustment is 3.2% rate increase for 2021, 2022, subject to board approval, according to your notes here. What's been the average adjustment over the past 5 years? I know we don't know what year 2 and year 3 are going to be. Is a 3.2, is that historically low? Is that historically right around where it is at high? Can you answer that for me, please?
So I can answer this generally speaking. I don't know if there's a representative from the trust that can speak to a 5-year. When we have asked between last year and this year, it's been right around that 3%. That is well below market. I can tell you that. Let's use this year maybe out of the equation, since it's been a little bit of an outlier with COVID costs being influencing utilization for everyone. But prior to this year, I would say trends in the marketplace have been around 7%. Is that right, Mike? 7 to 10%, I'd say.
Yes, that's the correct range.
Yes. So this is well below what the market has yielded over the past 5 years.
Okay, so this is a very good rate this year, but again, we're trying. You won't be able to tell us what year 2 and 3 will be. But what are the trends again? So this is very low compared to the trends. So we could expect a higher amount. We may expect. We don't know.
So the trends in the market tend to be 7 to 10% over this 5-year period. And when a community is with a pooled arrangement such as the trust, usually because the risk is spread over communities, although the city is rated individually, but you're sharing this risk with several other municipalities. So the larger the pool, usually the lower the trend, because that risk is spread. So we cannot predict what is going to happen in years 2 and 3 on a regular basis. right now, if anything, our prediction is that costs will probably be going up given the utilization fluctuations with costs currently under the COVID landscape. So even more so, we know costs are going to go up every year regardless based on these 5 years, but particularly I think looking at where COVID costs are going to go with making up for utilization this year, they are, guaranteed to only go up. How much, we're not sure.
Okay. On the prescription drug coverage, we will, if we were to go with this recommendation, we would be making that change. You said, you kind of laid that out. Are there any that we know of today? I know these plans change, but people, they go to get their prescriptions, they have a copay. Are there like common medicines that we're worried that won't be covered or that will have a much higher copay for individuals that city employees have been receiving under the current agreement?
I'll respond to that.
Megan, do you?
Yep.
Sure.
So what that we're aware of, to lay the land of prescription drug formularies, a couple times, 2 to 3 times a year, every pharmacy benefit management company is going to reevaluate their list of covered drugs. So Blue Cross Blue Shield uses Prime Therapeutics as their primary PBM. They're going to do this exercise every few years. The trust has carved out their pharmacy benefit to CVS Health, who does the same type of analysis and review a few times a year as well. So there are always going to be several people that will win when they see a drug move, to a lower cost tier, and there will be a few people that may see a drug move to a higher cost tier. What we can tell you is CVS Health is one of the top 3 PBMs in the country. There are thousands of pharmacies in their network, and we do not anticipate any major disruption.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing, again, I'd like to focus, we're going to talk a lot on the numbers and stuff like that, but in the end, this is for our members that, these are individuals that are going to be using these services. That's why I'm talking about the prescription drugs and the rates and stuff. But the wellness program for the trust, trying to keep people healthy, opportunities and stuff like that. Can you speak a little bit about the wellness programs that the trust provides?
Sure. So I can speak to that, and also would invite the trust to add some commentary as well. So we understand that within several union agreements, there are some wellness programs in place, and those have been mirrored as such by the trust. They have a very proactive calendar of events for their members. So in the appendix of their proposal, they have listed all of the different types of member interactions and engagement opportunities throughout the year to promote healthy lifestyles, make people aware of community resources available to them. So it is a very robust offering.
Okay, thank you very much. If we have someone from the trust, if they want to raise their hand, we can identify you and unmute you, and I'm going to let Phil and Chris handle that for us.
You can unmute now. There you go.
Brian?
Brian, you're unmuted now.
Hello, Brian.
He seems to be having some technical difficulties with his microphone.
All right. Well, we will work on that. We have a lot of questions to come that I'm sure he will have the opportunity to speak on. So thank you very much. Councilman Sinapi.
Howdy. Just one's a comment first. I think it's the 3rd or 4th. No, I think we're at 4 or 5 times now. I've seen the healthcare bid come along because we've been doing the yearly. And I know there's been some pretty strong calls for doing a multi-year contract. So I'm glad to see we've switched to that with the proposals. And I know the trust consistently has come in asking to do a multi-year and has advocated and stated they could provide a better deal if it was multi-year. So it's good to see that they're delivering on that promise. I had a conversation at one point with a member of the trust, informally, it wasn't at a meeting, regarding the new OPEB setup that we have with the firefighters, and how apparently it was my understanding based on the conversation that the trust will manage and administer that new program with no additional cost, just simply as a matter of course. Is that correct? And it's okay if you have to check back and whatnot, because one, I know the member of the trust isn't necessarily on yet, and two, it is kind of a random conversation I had ad hoc, so I understand if there's no knowledge on it right now.
So we did not evaluate anything to do with OPEB as part of this scope, but if Brian is on eventually, perhaps he can address this, and or we can get back to you, Councilman.
Oh, that's more than okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
To my council colleagues, if you could raise your hand in the chat. I can't see because we're sharing the screen. I can't see everybody. So if you're raising your hand, I cannot see you. So if you raise your hand in the chat box, I can call on you. Councilman Gephardt.
Thanks, Council President. I'll concur with what everyone else said. Great to have a few good options here, and thanks for the hard work to the Marsh team for putting the presentation together. It was very helpful. I just have a couple here. One for Mike. Mike, thanks for your analysis and sharing some of the data. You mentioned sort of in passing in your statement that the city's accumulated a near $4 million surplus in our time with WB. But then you indicated that the bulk of that occurred in the last, over the course of calendar year 20. So can you speak to that a little bit in terms of what were the surpluses in the previous 3 or 4 years, however long we've been with them, and how did those stack up?
Absolutely. Yeah. So on the health side, specific to the health side, fiscal year ending 2018, the expected costs were really right in line with the actual costs, and the surplus was $31,000. When you're talking about a $22 million budget, that's really right in line. So minor surplus in fiscal year 2018. Fiscal year 2019 was a $190,000 surplus. So still on a percentage basis versus expectations, pretty much in line, but some surplus there. The big surplus was fiscal year ending June 2020, where the calculated surplus was just about $2.4 million. The impact of COVID really hit, as you would expect, around March through June. So certainly had an impact on the end of that fiscal year. We've seen some more of that same pattern in fiscal year 2021, based on the data through February, which is 8 months of the current fiscal year. The accumulated surplus is $1.6 million. So when you total that all, there was an adjustment for IBNR at one point for some run out, which took away a little bit of that surplus, but the total as of February 21 on the medical side is $3.8 million.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that the surpluses do not necessarily represent a 4-year trend? They represent a bit of an anomaly in the last 1.5 years or so.
Correct, and that's part of what played into the recommendation as well, because the underlying WB expectation around claims for the next plan year was $19.6 million. In fiscal year 2018, claims were $19.7 million. In the following fiscal year, they're $19.5 million. We definitely saw a reduction in the last 2 years, but from an actuarial standpoint, the expectation would be that the claims would rise to more of that level, if not beyond. I do want to recognize the fact that their enrollment did decrease by 5.4% since that time, but the average trend or cost inflator on the health insurance side outpaces that drop in enrollment. So our expectation based on where the WB rates are set today is that we wouldn't have an expectation that there would be a surplus in the next fiscal year.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then one more question for you, Mike. If it can Megan, can you flip your slide back to, I think it's 14 or 15, the one that just shows the total the comparison between the two annual premium cost? Yeah, perfect. So Mike, I just want to when I look at the liquidated damages amount, you specify that it's equal to 1 month of premium. If I divide 21,833,316 by 12, I get a slightly different number. So is there something that's not included in that or extra included in that?
Sorry,
or is my math wrong?
No, I just made a rookie mistake and started talking while I was on mute, but that's a good question. I'm glad that you brought that up. These figures here, you'll see, these numbers are based on all rates and include a placeholder for the Plan 65 retiree rates, which become effective January 1st. My understanding is also that work-related injury claims, which while a relatively small percentage of the overall total cost, do not have liquidated damages apply. So the math will not work out exactly based on those two things, because the work-related injury and the Plan 65 retiree plans would come out of that equation.
Okay, but the liquidated damages figure is fixed despite some fluctuation over here, and it is what we see in the latter slide.
That we might want to add that to Brian's list of questions. I believe it's based on the last month of premium, so upon termination. Or it could be an average of the last 3 months, something like that. So it wouldn't be based on the expectation around premium, but it would be based on where things stand as of termination.
I see. Okay, we can put a pin in that one, but we'll leave that one out there. I've got one more, and I guess this could be for whoever you consider the best person to answer it. So in terms of, I think this group has a few things that we need to be responsible and mindful for, right? There's one is the cost of the city, the budget, the benefit of cost savings, et cetera. The second is, the health and well-being of the employees, right? So when we look at the two plans and we look at the trust, which we have some uncertainty around years 2 and 3 and what could happen in terms of premiums with adjustments or increased usage or whatever. Am I correct that those are not just costs that the city would bear, but also that the employees would bear, right? That, the city pays a portion of their insurance, they pay the rest. So if there was a large jump or change in premium, a portion of that would be passed back to the employee. Is that correct?
I can start this. Yes, it would certainly impact the employee because there's cost sharing. And I would also make the caveat that there are also unknowns in years 2 and 3 with the WB as well. It's looking at through the lens as a slightly different capacity, right? Because right now the city does have a surplus and it could potentially cover costs for, an unquantifiable amount of time, right? Because we don't know where utilization may go in the next 2 or 3 years. But, with any self-insured arrangement, the entity or the employer is at risk for its claims. So, that can change at any time. When we use the word volatility, that is something that, is a given with being self-insured, because claims change all the time. And the city is fortunate because it has been, fairly stable over this 4-year period. However, we just can't predict what's going to happen. So I just want to make it clear that the unknowns exist across both options. I don't know if Mike or Megan want to add anything.
No, I think you covered it. I think that's the key. That any increase would be shared between the city and the employees. There is no guarantee under either entity beyond the first year. But based on the way really both organizations have managed plan costs over the last few years, we do have an expectation that it would be a reasonable adjustment in the coming years.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Do we want to try Brian one more time?
Hello,
From
can
the
you hear me?
trust?
Can you
Yes,
hear
we
me?
can.
Wow. Oh man, I am so sorry. I was
No
having major
problem. Just please
I was-
identify yourself for the record.
This is Brian LaValle. I'm the Director of Employee Benefits Programs at the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust.
Great. Thank you very much. So I believe Councilman Gephardt had a question that they said may be best answered by you.
Sure.
Councilman?
Yes. Let me get back to. So I think the one we were going to point your way is what are the liquidated damages on the termination clause associated with? Is it the city renewal figure for premiums? Is it an average of X amount of months? Is it the last month? What is that based on?
It's the proposed rates, as you know, are guaranteed for 12 months. And so 1/12 of that first year, if you were to terminate at the end of year one, the liquidated damages penalty at the end of year one would be 1 month's premium of that year one premium.
Got it.
And I also would like to add, if you don't mind, I know Mike did a really good job, and the rest of all the consultants talking about and explaining why the damages are included and so forth. I just would like to, I guess, re-emphasize the fact that if a member entity comes into the trust and terminates on June 30, the entity can walk away with zero liability after it has paid the full 12 months of premium, which means the entity would not have any claims run out liability at all, nor would the entity have to own any potential deficit if there happened to be a deficit. So in lieu of claims run out liability upon termination, the big rationale, most of the justification, if not all, for the liquidated damages within the first 2 years is to protect the pool from a member coming in and potentially having an unfavorable year, but deciding to walk away and leaving the deficit with the pool, as well as not having to pay any claims run out liability because the pool covers the claims run out liability, as one of the consultants had already mentioned. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Majority of the reason there, certainly why there is damages within the first 2 years. Once a member entity renews after year 2, once you hit the 36th month, year 3, you've completed 3 years, there is no longer any damages at all. So at that point in time or any point in the future, leaving the trust pool would result in zero liability from that day forward, from beyond that June 30th when the termination occurs.
Okay, thank you. Can I just summarize that the last part that you said?
Sure.
To make sure I have it right and nobody else listen to this because I may not have it right. But are you saying that the liquidated damages that are listed in the presentation are essentially a maximum, and that as the run out happens, we would be responsible for up to that amount of damages? However, if our claims were favorable, then the total could be less than that?
So if you were to terminate after year 1, the
Yes.
total the total annual premium that you paid for year 1, your the calculated damages would be 1/12 of that total paid premium.
Okay.
Which I believe is estimated to be around 1.6 million, I think I saw in one of the slides. So that's the estimate as far as what the 1 month premium would be equivalent to at the end of the first year. And I also noticed on one of the slides, I think the estimated IBNR after June 30 is about 1.55 million. So those two calculations, I guess that justifies, so to speak, the liquidated damages penalty, if you will. We feel, and the trust feels. After year 2, if you were to terminate, the damages penalty is reduced to a 1/2 of 1 month's premium. So after year 2, if you were to leave the pool, you would have a penalty or damages at that point of 1/2 of 1 month of your second year's premium. And once you fulfill 3 years, there is no damage calculation in any way at any point from that point forward if you were to terminate after year 3 or after any other subsequent year. There's no claims run out liability for any year, and there's no damages after that 36th month.
Okay. Council President, I don't know if I do have 1 or 2 more questions for the trust that I could use now, or I could wait, give someone else an opportunity. Your call.
You're on a roll. Keep going, Councilman. Good job.
All right. So one question about we've talked about the wellness benefits that are sort of enhanced in the trust offering. Can you talk a little bit about whether any of those wellness benefits are used to either decrease an individual employee's share of premium or any sort of incentive, or the opposite, any sort of negative incentive based on either not completing an activity or smoking or whatever?
Yes. So there's no direct correlation between participating in a wellness program or a wellness campaign or wellness classes. There's no direct correlation to doing that or not doing that. No correlation to the co-share that an employee would have to, make to the city, right? What there is, though, is there are certainly incentives for participating in certain classes. There was a lot of detail provided in the RFP on wellness programming that is offered. There are certainly many options of different classes where there may be 4 weeks of 1 hour classes, and if you attend 3 of the 4 or all 4, you might be eligible to potentially win a gift card or things of that nature. There are incentives available for some repeat type participation in certain classes. There is also many options available as far as like healthy eating, healthy cooking, a lot of different physical activity classes as well that are offered. I mentioned awareness campaigns, different types of walking challenges and weight loss challenges and different things like that. So there are a lot of options available. As far as penalties, if somebody doesn't want to participate, there is no penalty there. There's no additional charges or anything like that on premiums. There's no, at the same time, if there's heavy participation, the billing premium is still the same billing premium, but individual folks that participate in the wellness programs may be eligible for certain, prize giveaways or incentives that are offered for attendance or regular type attendance in certain activities.
Got it. Thanks for that. And then those incentives are essentially sponsored by the trust as it means to have a healthier pool, essentially.
Yes. Correct.
Got it.
Correct. Sure.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I think I'm good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. And Brian, don't go far. We may be calling on you next. Next up is Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to thank the members of MAA for joining us this evening and for all the work that you've put into this. So at this point, Mr. President, I have some questions that I would like to ask of our consultants, and then I will wait to hear from the folks that are standing by from WB, and I'm sure we'll have some questions for them. And after everyone else has had their opportunity to speak, if I could, I would like to give some of my comments with what I've heard between the consultants and WB. So one clarification I need is in the very beginning of the meeting, I don't remember if it was Peter or if it was Danielle or whom, but I think someone said that the trust has been handling the healthcare for the city for 10 years. Did someone say that?
I don't think so.
I thought I heard someone make the comment that the trust had been handling this for 10 years. I don't recall that. So there's been a lot of conversation with regard to guaranteed premium, if you will, and the emphasis is on money in, money out. The advantage to being with a fully funded program is you are guaranteed a cap on your premium. So in the last 15, let's go maybe as far as the last 20 years, has the city of Warwick ever been over budget on its healthcare? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I mean, I think we can only speak to the years that we've evaluated. So that would have been looking back in the, I believe, 5-year tenure that the city had with the trust previously, and then this 4.5-year period, or just over 4-year period with the WB. So that would be the scope of our lens at this point, since we're new to consulting on the city.
And so what would, in the experience that you have seen or the information that you have, let's go back to the question, has the city ever gone over budget on its healthcare, on its expenditures?
Councilman Lattiser, this is Bruce.
Yep, Bruce.
I was tracking the city's healthcare expenditures relative to their participation in the trust from 2014 through the ending of that relationship in 2017, and so that was just a 3-year period that I was aware of, so I can only speak to that period, and there was no deficit that we incurred relative to the insured premium at that time.
Thank you,
prior
Bruce.
to that, I don't know.
Thank you. I've been on the council for 9 years, and to my knowledge, that has never occurred. There perhaps may be someone else listening who has been involved with our healthcare for longer, but I think it's very important to have the answer to that question, given the fact that there's so much weight and emphasis being put on the protection of a fully funded versus a self-insured. So we understand, there's a risk factor and there's rewards for risk, and sometimes there's also liabilities for taking risk. I think that based upon the information that I have, I think our performance over a very large amount of years, I think we just heard as many as a cumulative of 10 years, that we have never gone over budget. So that's something that I think is important to keep in mind as these discussions continue this evening. Another question that I have is, we've spoken, MAA has spoken quite a bit with regard to, after, I think it was 3 years or 4 years, actually, yesterday I was told over 4 years, but 3 or 4 years, that there's no penalty. But what I understand it to be, I may be wrong, so I need some clarification on that. Penalty, as I understand it, is liquidated damage. And then we have the other half of the monies that are in the coffers, which I think are referred to as member equity. So my question is, what is the difference between liquidated damages and member equity? So as an example, when the city moved from the trust some years ago to go to a self-insured plan, the trust kept, I believe it was $1 million of our reserves, I'll call them. They kept $1 million of our reserves. So if we leave the trust, assuming we go to the trust, if we were to leave the trust in 3 years and we had accumulated $2,000, we'll use an easy number of $2,000, what would remain with the trust in liquidated damages or member equity? Can someone answer that question?
Hi, this is Brian LaValle again.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, very good. So I thought, or I think the liquidated damages explanation was clear, but maybe it needs to be a little more clear. So the true liquidated damages only applies if a new member that comes in does not remain in the pool for a minimum of 36 months. Once 36 months has been met, there is no liquidated damages provision that is applied beyond that point in time. What was submitted as part of the bid was a copy of our current membership participation agreement. And within that membership participation agreement, it states that after that 3-year period, if a member does terminate, the member is eligible to receive 100% of the member equity that it had earned while it was in the pool upon leaving the pool. And the way that those payments are made, you may recall, when Warwick left the pool, is that 1/3 of that member equity that the member entity has earned, 1/3 of it is payable upon the first calendar year ending month, December, upon leaving the pool. The second third is due and payable to the member entity the following December, and the third is due to that member entity by the 3rd December following termination from the pool. So there it's clear in the MPA that was included in the bid submission that the only quote unquote penalty or liquidated damages upon leaving the trust's pool only occurs if there's a termination prior to satisfying 36 months.
Okay, so I can wrap my arms around the full meaning of that. I'm going to use an example. Right now, not counting runoff costs or projected runoff costs, we have right now, just in the healthcare portion of our coffers with WB, we have approximately 4.6 million. And that is 100% related to the performance of the city of Warwick. Every nickel and dime that was not used, because as we all know, self-insured it's a real simple math problem. It's money in and money out, and you either have something left, you break even, or you have a shortfall. So we have accumulated 4.6 million in there. Again, let's just hold out on the run out monies, because that's a very speculative number from what I'm seeing in discussion tonight. That 4.6 million was earned and retained and kept exclusively by the city of Warwick. We didn't have to share it with 53 other members or any of that type of thing. If we leave the trust tomorrow, if we leave WB tomorrow, that 4.6 million belongs to the city 100%. If this situation were the trust and we were in our, okay, let's use the two examples. In our third year, of that 4.6 million, how much would come back to the city?
Mike, can you take this one?
I apologize. I was with you all the way until that very last comment about after the third year, how much would come back to the city.
Okay, so after the third year, or we're completing our third year, and we decide that we're not going to stay with the trust, we pull out. The city of Warwick, right now with WB, we own 4.6 million. That's our book of business that stays with us. We don't have to share it with 53 other members at all. In the scenario that you're presenting with the trust, in the third year, how much of that 4.6 million would be returned to the city?
Okay, I think I understand your question. So with the WB, the $4.6 million remains 100% the asset of the city.
Right.
The trust model, if you're saying that the premium paid was $4.6 million more than actual expense, there would be no reimbursement back to the city, other than potentially some of the member equity reimbursement. It's definitely something to consider. A couple of the things that I would say to that are a lot of it has to do with their expectations around where the costs are going to be in the first year and then beyond, and if we expect there to be a surplus in the first year. So you asked a good question a little while ago about, has the city ever run over budget? And it sounds like, at least in recent history, that has not been the case. Based on our impartial underwriting and based on where claims have been in the past, it seems very unlikely that a significant surplus would be accumulated in the next plan year based on the cost presented by the WB. Certainly not to the tune of $1.3 million. That would be, nothing's ever guaranteed, but that would be very, very surprising. I think the other question is, with the $4.6 million asset that's accumulated under the WB model, And this is, certainly not for me to say, but one of the things to consider is, who does the city want to be handling that money? Because that's $4.6 million that's accumulated over the last 4 years, almost 4 years. It's not very liquid if you look at the way the calculations are performed in terms of how the city can withdraw that money. I don't know the entire history of the trust's proposals, but at least for the last 2 years, their guaranteed costs have been lower than what the WB has expected the cost to be. So that initial payment would have been lower to begin with, and that $4.6 million would have, not been a factor or not been an accumulation.
I'll let the folks from WB speak to the process for the payouts. I have one understanding on it, but I'm not 100% positive if that's accurate. But the point here is that today, if we walk away from WB, we have 4.6 million coming to us at some point. If this were the trust, we would have nothing coming to us, and that 4.6 million would be dispersed amongst or benefiting 53 other communities or other members. And that also is a significant problem that I've always had with this particular plan, is that the city of Warwick, if it's not the most successful, it's certainly in the top few most successful plans. And I, for one, am not particularly fond of sharing our success with 53 other members. And that's in fact what we'll be doing. But also what troubles me is there's been some conversation here this evening that that if we were to remain with WB, the types of accumulation of surplus would not continue. That the forecasts that you folks have done don't substantiate that. It doesn't support those type of growths. I'm not arguing with that in totality, but I find it interesting that that statement is made that surplus will not continue to grow at that type of rate over the next couple of few years, but yet, and that's with a zero increase from WB, a 0% increase for at least the next year. So if that's accurate, how can you justify the rationale for reducing the premium this year or this coming year by 5.6%? I would assume that if you're reducing this by 5.6% or $1.3 million, and WB is coming in with a 0% increase, why wouldn't we accumulate 1.3 million increase in our surplus? If you folks, if the trust is saying that come with us, we're going to cut your premium this year by 5.6%, we're going to save you $1.3 million. If they're going to save us $1.3 million by cutting our premium 5.6%, and you're saying that the chances of us continuing to increase surplus is not very good, how would we not be almost assured, based upon the calculations that are being presented here, which, by the way, I never saw the formulas, so I have no idea how this 5.6% reduction came about. It's based on COVID and, whatever happens. I mean, everything is blamed on COVID. But having not seen those formulas, how can we not also assume that if we stayed with WB over the next year, we could be relatively certain that we're going to increase our surplus by $1.3 million?
So I'm going to respond and then my colleagues can chime in. But first of all, Councilman, I just want to be clear. We are not suggesting, nor did we state that the city would or would not maintain and or increase or decrease its surplus. We don't know what will happen in years 2 or 3, whether the city is with the WB or with the trust. So I just want to make that clear that we're not suggesting that the city wouldn't maintain a surplus. What we are saying is that not to blame it on COVID, but we have to consider COVID costs, and that this year has been somewhat of an aberration for most employers because costs have been relatively low comparatively to years past. So we're assuming that there will be an uptick in claims at some point. If I have mentioned before that any employer who is under a self-insured model who is assuming risk experiences some level of volatility with claims going up and down year to year. So while the city has not necessarily been in the red over this course of 9 or 10 years that we've looked at, I think, we could view this from a lens as a positive, because going into the trust doesn't necessarily mean that the city has to be in a disadvantageous financial position. So, what you're really asking, I think, is, can we predict what costs are going to be in the next 2 or 3 years, which we can't in either capacity. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I don't know if Mike, if you want to add anything.
No, I think that covers it. It's definitely a consideration. All I can say is, well, first of all, I want to say, in terms of how these numbers were calculated, there is an appendix in the back of this deck, and it was simply calculated by taking the rates presented by each entity and multiplying it out by the enrollment that's enrolled in each of the plans. So that's how these numbers were arrived at. Again, we're an impartial entity. Based on the models that we would use to project the cost going forward, the $19.6 million claim seems mildly, if not right on, maybe somewhat aggressive. As far as how the trust can present rates that is $1.3 million below that, they're taking on the risk for those costs. They must have a belief that their program, through all the wellness opportunities that Brian described, would result in a lower net cost over time.
If you don't mind, I'd like to comment, if I may. This is Brian LaValle again. Is that okay if I comment, or?
Sure.
Yes,
yeah,
please.
Sure.
Okay, sure. So, so one thing I would like to clarify, I think, is, your example, Councilman, of the 4.6 million that was accumulated. I thought I saw 4 million in the consultant's report, but I guess it's 4.6. My question on that is, the fact that that's been accumulated. I think you mentioned it's been accumulated over time. I thought I heard that most of that was this past year, under, the COVID situation, of course, too. But your example, if that were accumulated in the trust pool, and the city wouldn't see any of it, that certainly is absolutely untrue. If it were to terminate, it certainly would see. What number would it see? That, because it doesn't own its own account under a true self-insured arrangement, what happens is, if the city had a $4.6 million favorable year, and the rest of the pool had favorable years as well, the total member equity in the pool is allocated by percentage of membership for each member entity, and 100% of each member's allocated entity upon termination is provided to that member in the manner that I had explained before. So, you know, if there's accumulated member equity after the 36 months, it certainly is not true that a member entity could accumulate the equity but then leave with nothing. Yes, it would equities allocated across all members of the pool, but just because the city is a very large entity certainly doesn't protect the city from not having very large claims or an unfavorable claims year as well. And I guess to respond to the 1.3 million and the minus 5.6%, I guess the way that I can respond to that is simply by saying that one large differential between the pricing, from what I can tell, is we know that the trust has secured a much stronger pharmacy contract and financial terms within that pharmacy contract with CVS Health as compared to the terms that the city has secured through its current collaborative agreement. What was also included in the bid submission was the pharmacy rebate credit that is included in the rate calculation, and is a big reason why the rate calculation is coming out to a decrease, because the pharmacy rebate credit that's built into the fiscal year 22 premium rates is $140 per employee per month. Let me repeat that, $140 per employee per month. For a group the size of the city of Warwick, about 1,100 subscribers, this would not include the Plan 65 retirees, et cetera. So I believe there are about 1,100 enrollees, subscribers. $140 per employee per month is in excess of $1.8 million. That is the credit that is built into the fully insured premium rates included in the bid that was submitted. And while we're not sure the exact rebate amount that is built into the self-insured working rate, what we do know is it's measurably less than that. We also know another component of that pharmacy contract that we have is we are also aware that the discount guarantees that are in the trust CVS contract on the pharmacy side are more financially advantageous and deeper discounts from a guarantee discount perspective than the what your current collaborative has been able to secure with Blue Cross and Prime Therapeutics. So minus 5 point, that's why that's achievable as a guaranteed rate, because we know there are more favorable terms in the pharmacy contract that you would be entering into if you were to move over to the trust.
So thank you for that, Brian. So you're saying that a fairly significant portion of that 5.6% reduction in our premium for the first year is a direct correlation to your discounts on the pharmaceutical side?
Discounts, and more so, definitely more so, rebate guarantees, pharmacy rebate guarantees.
And those rebate guarantees, what happens if in the first year, because I understand this is all speculative, what happens in the first year if your rebate numbers are higher than what you forecasted for the year? What happens with those additional rebates?
That's a positive to pool member equity.
So that goes into the pool. So
yes.
The performance of the city, again, would share with 53 other members in the pool. Okay. So, and by the way, when you said that it was incorrect for me saying we wouldn't get anything, I believe it may have been Mike that had essentially said when I gave the example that if we left with the 4.6, we wouldn't receive anything. So that's where I had that information. But whoever wants to answer this question, of the 54 members in this group that of which 53 would be sharing with, how many members of that group have a larger book of business than the city of Warwick?
I guess I would need to be the one to answer that because I'm not sure if the consultants know.
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the consultants are aware of exactly who the other 53 entities are in the trust pool. So how many are larger than the city of Warwick? I guess if I'd like to, I guess by answering that question, I might ask a follow-up question to say, how many municipal entities in the state of Rhode Island are bigger than the city of Warwick?
I think my question, Brian, was how many members of the group contribute more than the city of Warwick? I think that was my question.
I'm going to step in for a second because I'm not sure what contribute more means.
All right, so our book of business this year, if we were to go with the trust, I'm going to use a round number of $22 million. We would be putting into the trust a premium of $22 million. Of the other 53 members of this group, how many more, or how many put in more than 22 million?
So the answer to that question is there are no members that have a premium contribution greater than $22 million. So the city of Warwick, this is the way to answer it, I guess. If the city of Warwick were to move to the trust, it would be the largest member in the trust pool. And I guess I was just getting at,
right.
So given that it's likely the biggest city in the state, maybe it's number 2, I suppose. It would be the biggest member in the pool, regardless of which members were in the pool. But I also think it's important to identify the fact that although it would be the largest member in the pool, our entire pool size, it would go up about 13%, which is not small, but it would go up about 13% if the city of Warwick were to enter the pool. The pool size would increase by 13%. So there are some fairly large members. Again, I guess if you compare any member to the city of Warwick, most, if not all members in the entire state would be smaller. But we definitely have a handful of fairly large member entities in the pool, several of which have moved over from the WB, including East Providence Schools, South Kingstown Town and Schools. We also have Newport City and Schools, that's been with the trust for years, and North Kingstown Town and Schools. Those are not small entities by any means. Certainly they're not as big as the city of Warwick, but again, I'm not sure that there is an entity that is.
So with that said, Brian, what is the next closest premium to ours? What is the amount of the next closest premium to ours?
So I don't have premium in front of me, but I have group size.
When you say group size, is that to mean that there are 54 groups in the trust, or is groups different from members?
Member size, member entity
Okay.
size.
So,
yes.
we have 54 members we know where if we were to switch to the trust, we would represent a book of business of $22 million. What is the next closest amount to us?
So again, I don't have the premium numbers in front of me, but what I can tell you is I know City of Warwick is 1,100 subscribers, right? If I'm not mistaken. Newport City and Schools is one combined rated member. They have about 800 subscribers. North Kingstown Town and Schools has about 700 subscribers. So if, again, I don't have the premium at my fingertips here, but presumably their premium levels should be about 7/11 or 8/11 of what the City of Warwick's is, I would assume.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's a fair analogy when we compare total premium to total members of an entity, because as we know, all entities perform quite differently, and one entity may be paying a much higher premium per member or a much lower premium than per member. But my point is that the City of Warwick is certainly going to be the largest fish in the pond. There's no doubt about it. And we also stand to lose the most if other communities don't perform so well. We certainly would be at risk for our performance, and our performance, as has been spoken to already this evening, at least for the last 10 years. And I would certainly take it a step further and say it's a lot longer than that, have performed incredibly well. And we don't need anyone to shore up our stability when it comes to healthcare. We have performed exceptionally well. As a matter of fact, even during this COVID, our claims, I believe, it has been reported that our claims have trended well during the COVID related crisis. So my point is, we, the City of Warwick, in its $22 million book of business, being one of the largest, not being one, we are the largest by a substantial amount of any member in that group. So we, in my opinion, would bear more risk than benefit. And that is one of the reasons, if I recall correctly, one of the reasons why the City of Warwick moved from the trust to a self-insured. I want to just make a comment too, because someone had mentioned, or it's been discussed that, the idea of a 3-year plan is really good. And, we haven't done that in a few years and we don't know why. We should have been doing it. I just want to point out for those that were on the council several years ago, one of the biggest reasons that we went to a 1-year contract is because we were working with the school department and hoping that our contract and their contract would renew at the same time, and the school department would join the ranks of the city for the benefit of a larger book of business. And that was the reasons, at least when I was on the council, that the council went to the 1-year contracts, the year-to-year contracts. The other point here that's been made is we've been speaking about the wellness program, and which is really good. I certainly commend anyone who has the wellness program and people that participate in this, et cetera, et cetera. My question would be, in the City of Warwick, over the last 5 years, let's just say the last 5 years, or at any time, let me back up, at any time during the trust handling our healthcare, at any time during those years, whatever those years were, does anyone have an idea, or can anyone give me a count of how many employees of the city actually took advantage of this wellness program that we've been speaking about here as a benefit to us? Does anyone know if any of our employees ever did participate at all?
This is Brian. I don't know. I don't have that information available. No.
Okay, I think that, being poised to us as an asset or a reason for switching from WB to the trust is because of the value of the wellness program. The program, of course, as we all know, only has value if it's being utilized. And if it's not being utilized, then it pretty much turns into a neutral item. And I'd just be curious to know if at any time the trust had the city's business, if anyone participated in that wellness program. The concern also that I have, probably more larger concern, and I know some folks don't like to hear about history, but I'm going to put out a little history lesson here. So it was quite a good number of years ago when I was the chair of a very substantial book of business involving healthcare. I'm not going to name any providers, but one particular year, I was able to get a very aggressive bid from a competitor that had not had this entity's book of business for a very long time. That was during the time period when it was not unheard of healthcare jumping 10, 15, 20% in 1 year. Those of us that are old enough here tonight, I'm sure can remember those days. And what happened was the entity that had our book of business came back with a 1% increase if we stayed with them versus going with the competitor. A 1% increase. And largely over my objections to staying with them, this entity did that. And they ignored the objections that I had that this was not a good business decision. It was an item that was literally buying the business. And in the future, you would certainly be paying the price. And what happened the following year was the increase that came in was substantially higher than most anyone had ever anticipated. So that's the history lesson on that. The concern here is, as a business person, I don't, as anyone with any type of financial involvement, I'm going to ask the question: if you were going to, and I'm generalizing when I say you, I don't mean to be pointing at anyone. If you were going to enter into, let me rephrase it, would you enter into a 3-year lease to purchase a building and you had a guaranteed rent or lease figure for the first year, but we can't tell you what the lease is going to be for the second year, and we can't tell you what the lease is going to be for the third year because we have no way of predicting what that's going to be. I know from my way of thinking, there's no way you would get me to sign that contract. I would not enter into a contract with a guaranteed lease today, but have no idea whatsoever what that lease will be in the second year or the third year. And my concern here, in addition to that, is I hear the conversations about COVID, and COVID, depending upon who you're speaking to, had a positive impact and negative impact. But here we are tonight, we're discussing COVID, and COVID is somewhat responsible for the prediction and formula forecast of our premium. Actually, let me rephrase, our exposure actually being less in the upcoming fiscal year. And part of that, we just heard a little while ago, was because of the negotiated rebates in the pharmaceutical plan. And we all know a lion's share of our healthcare costs are in the pharmaceutical plans, which I'll get to another topic on that in a minute. With that said, how can we say with any type of certainty that what we're doing now with this reduction of 5.6% is not going to come back and raise its ugly premium head in the year 21, 22. And what I am basing that on is, I agree, COVID has had certainly a large impact on everyone's style of life, on everyone's participation with healthcare, how they look at it, their concerns, etc. And it's everything from from a cold to go to the dentist, to particularly the postponing of elective surgeries, the postponing of medical procedures, colonoscopies, endoscopies, all those type of very, very expensive procedures where people have chosen not to do that. They put it off. The indications are that come July-ish, we certainly hope that we're going to be in a much better position with COVID and starting to see a more normalcy in our day-to-day lives. I would certainly forecast, if I were forecasting this, that this pendulum is going to swing the opposite way in fiscal year 21 and 22, and particularly maybe even worse in 22 and 23, because all of these elective surgeries that have been put off, all of these visits to the dentist that have been put off, any of the dental procedures, any of the other procedures that people have been putting off for the past year, year and a half, they're going to start doing. So how is that going to impact us? I get a great concern with that. And when we talk about self-insured, what we have not mentioned is that in the premium that we are paying today with WB, that includes stop loss coverage. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we're capped at 250,000. So our exposure over our proposed book of business is fairly well controlled in this stop loss coverage. So I just can't wrap my arms around this savings that is being projected here. I don't, in all my calculations and my, and I'm not an accountant, I'm not a medical person, I'm none of that stuff. I'm just an everyday business guy who grinds out a living day to day. But, I do know the difference between calculated risk and uncalculated. And I certainly do know when 1 and 1 isn't adding up to 2. But I think, Mr. President, for the moment, oh, wait a minute. No, I do have another question for you. So let's take 2020 and 2021. We've been talking about that, and the combined surplus in those 2 years alone is $4 million. So if we would have been with the trust, what $4 million right now belongs to the city? That's a city asset. With being with WB, that $4 million is a city asset. We may be able to withdraw it right away. We may not, maybe over time. But at the end of the day, it's a city asset, $4 million. If we were to be with the trust in 2020 and 2021, how much of that $4 million surplus would remain with the city, and how much would have to be shared with the other 53 members?
So this is Brian. I'll take that. As has been explained, it's a pooled member equity. So any member equity that's in the pool from any particular member goes to a pooled member equity, and every member is allocated its proportionate share based on group size. So I guess to answer your question, if the city were to accumulate $4 million on its own in a year in the trust pool, and just like all other members accumulated a proportionate share based on their size and their premium levels, every entity in the pool would have earned its own, right? So if the city accumulated $4 million and everybody else in the pool didn't accumulate anything, which would be incredibly unlikely, but if everybody else in the pool accumulated zero in equity, but the city of Warwick accumulated $4 million, then absolutely, right? There's $4 million in total equity at the end of the year, and that would be distributed and allocated amongst all of the members of the pool. But if there's a year with some of these, liability concerns and so forth, if the city were to have an average year or a slightly below average or worse than that, it could accumulate negative equity, obviously, almost just as easily. And there could be other members in the pool that accumulate favorable equity where the city could benefit. I heard that entering the pool, there seems to be, I guess, a risk because the city is so large that, a lot of these other, smaller entities would kind of feed off the city. That would work in both directions. If the city has an unfavorable year, the city could actually be subsidized by other entities just as easily. Having third-party stop loss doesn't prevent 5 or 8 or 10 of these procedures that you're speaking about that could be $100,000 to $200,000. You explained that they were very costly. Stop loss helps protect the catastrophic above 250. Obviously, of course, you're paying a premium for that. The premium for that is not going to be very low either if you're a stop loss, if you're a liability from a stop loss perspective. Also, I guess a bunch of $200,000 claimants may not produce a favorable year also. And the last thing I wanted to respond to, if I could, is the notion of the trust coming in with this, throwing a dart at a dartboard minus 5.6%. Where is this coming from? It just got pulled out of the sky. Again, it's to me, it would make sense that it has everything to do with the stronger financial terms of the pharmacy contract. And I guess, I'd like to include my own history lesson here as well, if I could. When the city of Warwick came over to the trust after the RFP in fiscal 13 was awarded to the trust, the city had sustained four went through 4 renewals in the trust pool for fiscal 14 renewal through fiscal year 17. When the trust was awarded the bid, obviously it was awarded based on the submitted rates, of course, right? That was the bid that was submitted. And so if the trust, I just want to kind of ease the concern about year 2, year 3, in the sense that, well, this must be some kind of first year teaser rate, or there must be, some kind of, trying to obtain this business, like the example that Councilman, you explained a few years back with this other entity that you were involved in.
Right.
So the city of Warwick, with those 4 renewals in the trust health pool, after the bid was awarded, the first year renewal, the city of Warwick received a 1.0% rate increase in the trust pool. The second renewal was a 2.1% rate decrease. The third renewal was a 2.7% rate increase, and the fourth renewal was a 0.7% rate increase. So 4 health pool renewals equated to an average of 0.6% rate increase. If an average increase of 0.6 over 4 straight years is a concern, I'm not so sure I'm not sure that should be viewed as a concern. That to me shows stability as far as rates. It shows that upon first year renewals, when damages are in the contract the first 2 years, for those 2 years, the city received a 1% increase and a 2.1% rate decrease. If the trust gets involved in putting out a teaser rate and tries to capture members with these damages, I'm not so sure that the city was extremely disappointed with a 1% year 1 renewal and a 2.1% decrease in the second year renewal.
Thank you, Brian. So I'll just speak to the last few comments. First of all, I just point out that in year 1 of those 4 years, the trust wasn't starting out by reducing the premium 1.3 million either. But let me go back to my question because it wasn't answered. My question on 2020 and 2021 for a total of $4 million. What percentage of that $4 million, or how much in dollars and cents of that $4 million would belong to the city of Warwick, and how much would go into the pool? That question was not answered.
Can I jump in here?
Sure.
I think a key to answering that question is remembering the starting point and the cash flow question that I brought up earlier. So far in this current fiscal year, the city's accumulated a $1.6 million surplus. But last year's bid had the trust $1.2 million lower than what the city would have paid in to the WB. So the starting point would have been $1.2 million lower. It's true that there would still be another, potentially $400,000 surplus this year with the WB beyond that. But then the question also becomes, where do you want the money to sit? Because that $1.2 million would have been in the city's pocket currently versus, the surplus that's been built up with the WB. So I think the starting point is an important point to consider as well, that part of the reason for this accumulation is because the rates have just been set above where they needed to be set with the WB, and the city's floating that money.
So Mike, to answer your question, where do I want the money to be? I want the money to be with the city of Warwick, benefiting the taxpayers of the city of Warwick, not 53 other members of this group. That's where I want the money to be. All I'm asking for is an answer to my question using this current example. We had 2.4 million in 2020 and 1.6 million in 2021. How much? This is by way of example. I want people who are on this in this meeting tonight and who may be looking on, I want them to know if this were to occur, or any portion of this were to occur in over the next 3 years, if this went to the trust, how much would stay with the city of that 4 million and how much would go to the trust? Do we have that answer?
This is Brian again. It's dependent upon the total member equity of all members in the pool.
Okay, so I'm not going to get an answer on it, but it's pretty obvious that the number that is going to be shared in the pool is significant, which is perhaps why we're not getting the answer. With this being with WB, it's our money, it's in our account, and it's in our balance sheet. It's in the city of Warwick. It belongs to us.
Absolutely.
So there's no question. There's no question about, well, how much has to be shared with anyone else. So, and then let's go to the example that I think Brian brought to my question, or in readdressing my question, the fact that, okay, so the city of Warwick, has had a couple of good years, and we could have a bad year. Well, the testimony here this evening, based upon the last 10 years, we've not had a bad year. And I would say it's fair to say that it goes even longer than that. So the risk of us, there's always a risk. I agree, there's always a risk. But the city of Warwick has a proven track record of performing very, very well with a self-funded plan. There's no one that can deny that, because the proof is there. The proof is in the numbers. Numbers don't lie. Numbers always tell the truth. We have a performance that has been exceptional for at least 10 years that we know of. So where is the advantage for the city of Warwick, who has performed exceptionally well with its healthcare over at least the last 10 years, has amassed a positive surplus of well over $4 million. There's a speculation that we could have a $1.5 million run out, but there's no assurance to that. That's strictly a speculative number. It's not a number that has invoices to back it up. And even if it did, we're still going to be left with some $4+ million that we don't have to share with anybody. I cannot see the advantage of us where we have worked so hard to be so successful with our healthcare in in a self-funded plan, to want to move over and go back to a fully funded guaranteed plan and have to share with everyone. I can't get those numbers to work for me. I couldn't get those numbers to work in my business picture that I deal with day to day. And I just can't get those numbers to work in the business picture from where I sit for the benefit of the taxpayers. And again, I'm going to reiterate the fact that I've got a problem with not having any clue whatsoever what those premiums are going to be in 21, 22, and 21, 23. And another example, I'm going to ask, or I need an answer for this. As many people know, I have legislation that's pending to completely revamp co-pays, contributions, prescription drugs. And as we've heard so much testimony on this evening, the prescription drugs are a huge share of our costs here in our healthcare, and also has included in that plan a copay on retirees. So just take a wild shot here. Take this little journey with me for a minute. If we were to make those changes based upon the accounting information that was given to me, that would amount to somewhere in the vicinity of about $5 million in its first year in savings. So if that $5 million savings were to come to fruition today, right now, today, how much of that $5 million savings, and that would be the result of employees paying a little bit more for their health care, paying more for their prescription drugs, etc. The taxpayers paying a little bit less. So a little pain and suffering here and there. But how much of that $5 million in savings would remain with the city of Warwick, and how much would be shared with the other 53 members? Can anyone answer that
And
question?
So I'm going to interject. So I think that in fairness to the scope of our evaluation, which did not necessarily look at amending plan design, as that is a discussion with unions and contracts and so forth, our task was to mirror the current benefits. But I think that in listening to you, and I appreciate, as do my team, the points that you brought up, this is really coming down to sort of what I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, that it's a matter of a fundamental discussion of self-insured versus fully insured, and taking on the advantages and disadvantages of having the direct risk. Right now, the city in the last year or two has been afforded with the surplus, given the circumstances of lower utilization, and that's why it has accumulated this level of a surplus. In a quote unquote more, maybe not so aberrant time with the claims utilization, it wouldn't necessarily mean that it would be this type of surplus. We can't predict whether the surplus will grow or whether next year, to your point, as you mentioned, right, elective surgeries and other different procedures, and dental as well, that have not been leveraged this year because of the circumstances you mentioned yourself, are or could be a concern in 22 and 23, which is part of our recommendation as considering those variables, although they are still unknown, right? But I think that we are agreeing that there potentially could be an uptick in claims. So if there is, and utilization were to change, that surplus may not be 4.6 million or 4.4 million next year. So it's not a guaranteed variable. And I think that, to your point, it really is coming down to the WB and the trust. And I think we've been clear, they're both very viable options for the city. They both have afforded the city in the past 5-year tenure, 4+ year tenure, very positive outcomes year to year. We were not here nor part of those discussions as to why the city left the trust in the first place. And there's no necessarily point of looking backwards to those reasons. But from our vantage point, the city has performed well under these two circumstances or two arrangements. And it really comes down to, does it make sense for the city to remain self-insured under the parameters that we've outlined, or switch back to this fully insured arrangement? So whether or not people have different perspectives on sharing the risk, that's viable. That's a viable point that you're making. However, we're looking at the bigger picture and how the city has performed in the past and what the circumstances may or may not be going forward. And in years 2 and 3, which we cannot predict, and I think we've mentioned that over and over again, no one can predict these costs. That will also be true in the WB, not just the trust. So if costs were to change, you have to remember that the city will be liable for that directly. So in terms of your plan design question and your pending legislation, I don't think that it would be appropriate for us to opine on this, as we're not necessarily tasked with changing plan design. Not that I'm saying that that isn't another avenue to explore, but that's not the scope of this analysis.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but again, to me, this is all about the big picture. I agree. I agree with you completely. It's totally about the big picture. And that's why I ran through so many exercises here. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to get answers to some of the key questions. One additional question, I'm curious to know the answer to this. Over the years, let's take our we going back, over 10 years performance in our program, et cetera. Over the last 10 years, how many of your clients have moved from self-insured to fully insured?
That's a very good question. I mean, that really honestly depends upon the situation of the particular employer. I can speak to our work on the municipal front. Many of our municipalities, I'd say it's interesting because our private client base, I'd say 2/3 of that book of business in New England is self-insured. On the public sector business, I would say it's flipped. I would say that the majority of communities that we work with are either fully insured directly with the carrier and or with one of these types of consortiums like the WV and the trust. And we actually work with a good majority of communities that are within these organizations because it makes sense for a lot of them to share that risk and have that spread out in a self-insured pool. So I think that your questions, I understand where they're coming from in terms of the math. I know you made an analogy earlier about, kind of in terms of the 3-year contract period, which we're, very confident is the right direction for the city to go in. It's an apples to oranges analogy that you made because in the market, the standard, particularly in municipalities, is 3 and or 5-year contracts. And what we are most concerned about, and this was prior to COVID, is what is the city's competitiveness going to be? And while we have only been serving the city for a couple of years, our historical lens has showed us that competitiveness going out year to over year diminishes. And I think to your point on your legislation, looking at the plan design, managing the plan design, and or having a partnership over a longer period of time where we can focus on clinical programs and other aspects of the plan where you're not just relying on the market, relying on the insurers to give you these costs. That's where we're coming from on this. So I think that, in terms of the 3-year contract, I did want to say that this is the market standard, 3 to 5 years in the municipal public sector space, particularly. But in terms of the math that you're asking for, to get back to that, it's very hard for us to give you straightforward answers on this because the trust and WV operate completely differently. One is a self-insured pool, the other allows the city to be self-insured. They're 2 completely different structures. So I think that's why we can't give you necessarily straightforward, this XYZ on the math that you're asking for, just to be clear on the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. And it's interesting, the formula that you presented, the difference between the private sector being 2/3 of the private sector businesses, which the lion's share of those are mom and pop operations, are self-funded. And municipalities tend to lean towards the fully funded. So with that said, we've been referring to this 3-year contract. How can we possibly have a contract for 3 years and not know what our pricing is, or at the very least, a not to exceed price, not to exceed cap on 2 or 3 years? When I enter into a contract with someone, they need to know, so what is this costing me? What is this going to cost me? They want to know what is the dollar number. What we're looking to do here or discussing is enter into a 3-year contract, not knowing at all. And I understand the business in healthcare, and I understand why it's difficult to project a number in the second and third year. I get all that. But tell me what the advantage is for us to enter into a 3-year contract if we have no benefit of doing so. We certainly have not seen or received any harm that we are aware of as a city in the last 3 or 4 years going year to year. We have not seen any harm in doing that. So what's the advantage to us to go with you or WB for that matter in a 3-year contract? I'm sorry, no, I don't mean you. I mean with the trust or with WB or anybody else.
Councilman, I just also want to make it clear that when I mentioned about the 2/3 self-insured business, that's particular to our company's book of business. I'm not saying that as a blanket statement for all employers. In terms of the 3-year contract, and I'll let Mike or Megan opine as well, because I think I've definitely explained it a few times in terms of the advantage is keeping the city competitive and also being able to focus on the plan management more so than relying on the insurance market to do so. I don't know, Mike or Megan, if you maybe want to add anything else that I haven't said.
Yeah, I'd like to address a couple of the questions at once, if I may. The first one being the question related to how many clients move from fully insured to self-insured. I think I understand where that question is coming from. This is a different situation. It's a more unique situation. Typically, when we look at fully insured versus self-insured, it's very rare that the fully insured guaranteed costs are much below the expected self-insured costs. So that's a reason why in a lot of cases we don't see, you might see a shift from one funding to another. The other thing I want to mention is there's a lot of attention being paid to the surplus that's been accumulated with the WB. And a couple of examples have been given, and I keep coming back to the starting point and the cash flow aspect. So if I use an example where if the trust charged $100 every year and the WB charged $110 every year for 5 years, and the actual cost ends up being $100, the end result is the same. There's a $50 surplus now accumulated with one entity, but the end point is still the same. The difference is that $50 has been floated up front and could have been, reapportioned elsewhere. I can't remember if there are any other questions. Other questions.
Mike, to that point, and I'm not going to dispute your point, but to that point, that money still belongs to the city of Warwick. It's not being shared with anyone else. So whether the premiums were forecasted or predicted on the high side or not, the point is that the monies still belong to the city. They're not shared with anyone else. So, and then the comment that was made earlier about, and actually was made several times, about keeping the city competitive. I would actually congratulate the city for staying very competitive over the last at least 10 years or so. The city has performed exceptionally well, has never gone over budget that anyone has any different opinion on, and has amassed a very healthy reserve. So I would argue that the city has been very competitive, has remained very competitive, has done a great job for the benefit of the taxpayers with a self-funded plan. Now, is the trust going to guarantee their admin cost for 3 years, or does that fluctuate at will also?
I can take that if you'd like. This is Brian. The trust has a signed contract with Blue Cross of Rhode Island for a self-insured admin fee for the next 3 years, with 2 additional optional years on top of that as well.
So, okay, the trust has that with Blue Cross. Does the trust guarantee their admin cost to the city of Warwick for 3 years? I'm not asking about what agreement the trust has with Blue Cross for their admin fees. I'm asking is, does the trust guarantee in this, their proposal, does the trust guarantee to the city of Warwick that the trust is admin fees will remain fixed for 3 years? That's my question.
Okay, the answer is no.
They don't. Does WB guarantee their admin costs? Do you know that? Or should I wait for them to come on and ask them?
Mike or Megan, can you take this one, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna just review my materials. They're not in front of me right now. I can refer back shortly.
Any other questions, Councilman Lattiser?
Actually, I'm still waiting for an answer from that, if you don't mind, Mr. President.
She's looking it up, so if you have another question, if you want to ask that.
Maybe I can help out. To my understanding, WB can certainly speak to it, but my understanding is that WB does guarantee the admin costs for 3 years. So we can ask them when they come to it. But let me just look through my notes here for one more minute. No, you know what? I'll defer to any of my other colleagues and reserve the right to come back with additional questions after we hear from WB. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. At this time, I would like, I'm going to ask the other council people to hold, other councilmen hold, to hold. Let's invite WB. We've heard from the trust. We've heard from the consultants. If WB would like to answer any questions that have already been asked, anything that they would like to get on the record. So do we have someone from WB in the audience here? And if the consultants know the people,
I'd have to have a name.
Yeah, if the consultants can identify, if anybody knows.
Mr.
I believe
President,
Sarah,
Sarah.
I believe Sarah is from WB.
Yes.
If we could let Sarah speak, Phil. And also, can we just take down the presentation for the time being? Got a couple of requests for that. Thank you. So Sarah, looks like you're unmuted.
Okay, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Just identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Sarah Mangiarelli, and I am the Executive Director for WB Community Health. First, I just want to thank the City of Warwick for the relationship that we have had over the years, and also for the opportunity to present tonight. Quite a bit has been covered, so I am going to do my best to touch on all of the various aspects, and happy to answer any questions. But before I do, I did just want to introduce myself a little bit. I know Mr. LaValle has been around for quite some time, and I am new in the executive director role, although I've been involved with WB since 2008 as a member, and also did work here part-time. I most recently came from Coventry Public Schools as the Director of Finance, and I share that because when we put together the rate proposals, I did it not only from a perspective of WB, but also from a member community who knows very, very well the challenges of the budget constraints that we're all facing and what it's like to sit on that side of the camera and answer questions as to how taxpayer dollars are being used. Rightfully so, we've spent quite a bit of time tonight discussing this $1.3 million. And I think that that's you know, an appropriate response when you see an attractive savings like that comes on for 1 year. I think one of the points that we're missing, however, is the history back to 2014, at least, as Mr. Kaiser had mentioned. And I think what is not being said is truly just as important as some of the numbers that have been thrown out here. So since 2014, Mr. Kaiser said that you have had a favorable year every single year in your claims experience. And while I would agree that 2020 and 2021 to date are anomalies in the amount of surplus that you have generated, I don't think we can discredit that every single year you have had a surplus. And I think it speaks even more more to that point, that the trust was able to offer significantly low and sometimes negative rates. And I would ask the question, if they were able to do that, how much of Warwick City's money were they actually able to save on each year that they were able to scoop rather than going back to the city? We know that in the short term that you've been with Warwick City, you've saved $4.6 million. And yes, some of that is a silver lining to COVID. But I don't think we should forget the fact that had you been with that trust, that $4.6 million would not be yours, whether all in part, and spread out with other communities. And what that has done is given you leverage to go forward and start from a structurally sound perspective on your claims. Mr. Gillis mentioned that we put forward a $19.6 million claims projected, which is consistent with how pre-COVID claims had been. And he did mention that maybe they were a little bit aggressive. And like we've all said, the uncertainty of COVID is somewhat unknown. I still struggle with the concept that the trust was able to come in that much lower, knowing that where we positioned our claims was accurate. Mr. LaValle mentioned the RX program several times. And I do want to speak to that a little bit because he mentioned that he has a superior RX program. I can say that I was not asked about the RX credits that were put in. WB also participates in an RX program. Those guaranteed rate credits are included in your working rate that's been presented. But unless a thorough RX rebate program analysis is going to be complete, I think that that's a false statement that was made. Until we look at drug spend and drug rebates, you really don't have a solid handle on which program is performing better. By our own methodology, WB's goal is to keep costs low. We don't chase rebates. So what I mean by that is if we have an opportunity to purchase a drug that's $30, we will go with the $30, even if we can buy a brand name drug for $200 and chase a $100 rebate credit. While that rebate number may appear bigger because it's $100, you're still paying $70 more for that particular cost. WB is lean by design. I know we have been coined a one-man band, and now I'd like to say it's a one-woman band. We do that strategically. We have found that rather than growing our payroll, we look to strategically outsource to keep costs low. We're not in the business of expanding WB's bottom line. Our goal is to offer affordable and transparent healthcare and dental care to our members. In addition to what has already been discussed, this 1.3 that's on the table, it is a reduction in your budgetary costs if you move forward with that. But I also did want to share that 4.6 million that you have, I had indicated to the city of Warwick that they actually could take $1.35 million out as a surplus withdrawal this coming fiscal year, if that was truly a concern. I think that is an important note because the flexibility that the surplus affords member communities, both in good years and bad years, is something that we should take note of. We have members who strategically use our fund balance to hedge upcoming bad years. We have several members that refuse to take a 0% increase and always hedge a 2 so that they have some flexibility going forward. While we have a high member balance in Warwick, many of our other member communities also have significant fund balances that have been derived much longer than just a 4-year period of WB. So since your tenure with WB, you've received an annual increase of approximately 3%. You have saved over 23.5% of your annual claims, which you have 3 months in reserves. I agree that what is coming forward is slightly unknown, but having the cushion that you have walking into it should give you some level of certainty and comfort that even if claims do come in slightly higher next year, you're very, very well positioned to be able to afford that. Working rates are set on an annual basis. So should you have a high month's claim, you're not going to have to pick up that bill immediately. At the end of the fiscal year, when we do our rate renewal calculations, it's a multi-step underwriting process. Starts with Blue Cross underwriting, then comes to WB, and we do our own vetting of that. We would look at it from a scenario of if 2022 claims came in higher, we would take an analysis to see if that was potentially a COVID bubble, where we saw a big boost of of people going back to get services that they may have delayed, and look at factoring that in when we set rates from the upcoming years. We do that the same with stop loss claims. Sometimes there are high claim years, and sometimes they warrant ongoing rate increases, and other times they do not. I think in general, the WB platform focuses on claims dollars, stripping out overhead costs, stripping out new business credits and rebate credits and all of that, really just to get to the core cost of what it means for you to run your healthcare program. And I think that the success that Warwick has had, it would be a shame to let that go for a 1-year rate comparison of a $1.3 million when you actually have access to those funds, even within the WB money that you have. So I think those were the primary points that I had wanted to touch upon, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions. Oh, I'm sorry. The only other component was the administrative rates that did come up. Yes, WB does guarantee the WB overhead cost, the administrative cost. It's $1 PMPM, and that is really the primary money that we collect from members to cover our overhead costs. In addition to the member fund balances, WB also has an unassigned pool from which we do pay dividends. I did notice in your presentation that it was not communicated out how much Warwick was slated to receive. I did provide this information to MMA, I believe on the 23rd. For the 2020 audit, we will be paying out a total dividend distribution of about 1.7 million to all of our members. $130,000 of that comes back directly to Warwick. So that is out of the WB unassigned pool. Our goal again is not to increase our WB pool, is to get as much money into the members' hands so that they have as much flexibility and control in managing their healthcare and dental care programs on a short-term basis as well as a long-term strategic basis.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. At this time, I'd like to open it up to members of the public, and then we will come back to the council. I see a couple hands up that have already spoken, so I'd like to open it up to members of the public that haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, and then we will come back and take questions from members from the council. So Phil, if you want it, and please, if you're joining us this evening and you would like to speak, please raise your hand, and we will get you on to be able to speak and ask questions.
Mr. President, do you need a motion for that?
I will ask legal counsel to open a public hearing. Is that what you're thinking?
If that's what you're asking for.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
The public comment matter was not specifically identified on the agenda tonight, so I would request that you ask for a motion and allow the council to open it up for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Do I have a motion to open up to hear from the members of the public?
Take a motion to open up the meeting.
Motion by Councilman Howe, seconded by, I think that was Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Sinapi. Okay, the clerk will call the roll about opening up the public hearing.
Alistair,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Abstain.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. So the motion passes. So we will now open the public hearing. So individuals that are watching and listening this evening, please raise your hand if you would like to participate this evening. This is your opportunity. So I will let Phil, if you want to unmute somebody, and then please, when you're unmuted, just identify yourself for the record. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Cody.
Hi, Rob Cody, Ward 7. So I have a basic, specific question. In the introduction of this meeting, Finance Chairman Schaefer initially stated that the mayor was in ongoing talks to rehire a certain amount of DPW employees that were previously laid off. And he also made mention that the mayor was also in negotiations to hire to engage in a new fire school, right, to bring in new cadets. So the question that I have is, the calculations that have been provided before us tonight from both entities, do they take into consideration or do they assume the speculation of these added employees from the projections that Mr. Schaefer has made pertaining to what the mayor has proposed?
I can take this. So the $1.3 million and the premiums that were stated in the presentation are based on headcount as of January 2021 from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So we're not able to forecast any type of changes that could be made during the open enrollment period, where all benefit eligible employees have the ability to enroll or waive coverage. So those are based on information we have at the time.
Okay, so in other words, the fiscal projections that you have made tonight, if in fact within the next 30 days or 60 days, the mayor rehires the previous laid off DPW employees and he puts forth a new fire school, am I not correct in assuming that the calculations that you have presented before us tonight are null and void?
Megan, I'll jump in. The savings are based on the enrollment as it stands today. Any change in enrollment, the savings would move proportionally. So if there was a 2% increase in the enrollment, then the cost savings increased by 2%. Conversely, if the enrollment decreases by 2%, the savings decrease by 2%. It's all based on the rates that are being charged per head.
Okay, so
excuse me one second, Mr. Cody. Excuse me one second. Can you guys just, when you're answering the public, can you just identify yourself just in case people are calling on the phone? It just makes it easier so they know who is answering. Sorry about that, Mr. Cody. Go right.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. President. So basically, based on both of your answers to this question, it suggests that the numbers that you have provided and put forth are they're not only inconsistent, but they're inaccurate. And so further, I guess I would add that I would assume that you would have had, prior to making this presentation, you would have had extensive conversation with Mr. Schaefer and the mayor, and that they have provided you the aspect that they do have the intention of at least rehiring these formerly laid off DPW employees and putting forth a fire school. Having said that, I would just think that would be a given. Were you able to construct a model to suggest that if in fact that the mayor did move forward with these hirings, A, did he provide you with that information, and B, did you move forth and provide a model on how this would financially affect the city and the taxpayers?
Hi, this is Megan Sloan from MMA responding to you, Mr. Cody. So we would not be able to make that type of analysis happen at this point in time. These prospective employees are not employed by the city yet, so they have not been offered coverage. So we do not know if they would in fact enroll in any of the medical plan options or dental plan options afforded to them.
So would it be safe to say that based upon that, if in fact that, as the mayor has openly suggested, that he wants to rehire these people and he wants to put forth a fire school, would your numbers be affected in one way or another if in fact that he did move forward on what he has said publicly to hire these people?
We can't answer that. We don't know who would enroll in either of the medical or the dental plan options. You could have all of the prospective employees enroll, you could have none of them enroll. It comes down to a personal circumstance of what type of other access to healthcare coverage they have.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable answer, but let me give you this, because this is a proposal. So I would propose this moving forward. If I was to say to you, based upon what the mayor has stated publicly, that all of the 42 employees to be rehired from the DPW went on and became enrolled, would that have an effect and a change on the numbers that you have presented this evening?
It could, but we also don't know if there are other employees that could be considering employment elsewhere or jumping onto a spouse's plan. So we really don't know what those numbers would look like until open enrollment has come to an end and that hiring cycle has come to an end. So,
okay. So I think that's reasonable. So would it also be reasonable to presume that if in fact there were additional hirees by a new fire school and by the addition of these 42 members of the DPW that are going to be rehired, is it reasonable to assume that the city of Warwick would incur an increased cost, A, and is it also reasonable to assume that you would have to recalculate your projections that you have presented this evening to the city?
sure. So, I mean, roughly speaking, this is not specific to the city, but if there were 1,000 employees on the plan and you added 10 more employees, those costs are going to go up. You're adding headcount and you're adding, premium costs to the city, which is shared with the employees. So yes, your numbers would increase at that point. It's really just a number, a matter of who takes the plan, who doesn't take the plan.
Okay, so as of your presentation tonight, I would assume that you know how many employees are presently enrolled. Is that not accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so based upon that, if we were to say that there is, an expectation, which would be, I think, reasonable, that if we added, let's just assume these 42 employees that the mayor has openly stated that he will rehire, how would those 42 employees affect the current plan and the current expenditures which would be borne to the taxpayer? Could you do a calculation based upon that?
Once they enroll in the benefits, that analysis could be done. We don't know if they're enrolling in employee-only coverage, covering a family, which plan option they would select. So until those employees, actively make their new hire enrollment decisions, we would not be able to forecast that or provide any type of analysis. And that's a standard for any type of health insurance renewal.
Is there a ratio, and I'm only asking this based on a query, not knowing, I guess, what the standard is, but is there a ratio of how many employees are enrolled in a family plan versus how many employees are enrolled in a single payer plan? Is there any type of ratio, 2 to 1, 5 to 1?
So I can let you know, for the city of Warwick, you have 766 employees that take individual coverage and 794. So this is including your Medicare population too. I have it all bundled together in front of me. So that actually could be a bit inflated, and 794 families. If you give me a couple minutes, I can certainly back out the Medicare enrollment, because that would, impact my response to you.
So based on your numbers, it's kind of close to a 50-50. Is that not correct? Pretty close, right? For argument's sake.
Yeah, but a majority of that is actually Medicare enrollment. So I would net out about 400 or so. So we're looking more at about 350 active employees and about 794 families.
So based upon those numbers, could you estimate whether our costs would increase or whether our costs would decrease?
Cannot do that. We don't know if these prospective employees are going to take single coverage. They could, have a family and a spouse takes their own plan through their employer. It's really a question you cannot answer until that offer of coverage has been extended and the prospective employee makes an active election.
All right, could we stipulate for the argument, so I can make this as brief as possible, that if we were to add the employees that the mayor has openly stated that he wanted to add, would you stipulate for the record that the cost of the providing the service would certainly not go down? It would definitely increase.
If you add more people to the plan than are currently enrolled today, the cost would go up.
Okay, and so we do not know what the cost increase would be based upon the fact that as of this date, as we are speaking, we do not know what the speculation and the projection is of the added employees of which the mayor and the finance director has spoken about openly, correct?
Correct. So we do not know what type of choice they will make.
But we do know that in any situation, that cost is not going to decrease. It will increase based upon what the mayor and his finance director have stated, that the intention to hire more people, correct?
If you add more people to the health plan, the gross costs will increase.
Okay, so we could obviously say then,
Where they are today, yes.
okay, so we can obviously say based upon that information that the numbers that you have projected this evening are inaccurate. Would that be a fair statement?
I wouldn't call them inaccurate. They're based on data we had available at the time of our analysis. We also cannot forecast if people will waive their coverage that they have today for fiscal year 22. So it's impossible to predict what the final outcome of the open enrollment period will be. It could be a wash. We do not know until people actively make their election.
So I do understand that, but this evening, the presentation that you're making is based upon a solid number that if in fact that you're engaged this evening, this is the solid number that it will cost you. So in the private sector, when we give a bid for services, we give a bid on a solid number, and the unknowns are not included in that number. And when the unknowns happen to appear, somebody else owns that other than the maker of that contract, because those numbers were not disclosed. So I guess I'm saying that based upon the posture of the city and the intention to hire additional people, that these numbers and the direct impact to the taxpayer, let's all admit, as of 3 months from now or 6 months from now, those numbers are unknown, right? So I think that's pretty obvious. So I won't extrapolate anymore on trying to define those numbers, because obviously, as you stated, they haven't been proposed to you in any type of definite terms. So the second thing that I would state is that after reviewing the document, so I see that we have, we're going to engage in a 3-year contract. We know what the cost to the city will be for the 3rd year. We don't know what the cost of the city will be to the 2nd and 3rd in the 3rd year. So we only know the 1st year costs. we do know that if we remove ourselves from the contract in the second or third year, we will suffer liquidated damages. And so I guess from a businessman's point of view that it's engaged in several contracts, I'm not sure that I would sign on board to a contract that I knew what the cost was in the first year. I didn't know what the cost was in the second and third year, but I knew that if I bailed out that I would incur liquidated damages. So I'm wondering how we can define liquidated damages in the second and third year, but we're unable to predict those costs. And I think, in credit to you, you've stated that, well, we can't answer that question because we don't know how many people are going to enroll. And I agree with you. But in the same token, how can you predict the exact amount of liquidated damages? So I'm not really looking forward to answering that question, because I realize it's a difficult question to disseminate, but I think it's a fact or a point that provides in speculation as to whether or not this contract is viable, and as to whether or not all of the facts have been presented. Because in the past, we have been presented with contracts that have given a certain amount, a number amount in the beginning, and at the end they're a different amount. And I just guess as a taxpayer, I'm uncomfortable because at the end of this, we don't have a definitive cost to the taxpayers as to what it will cost overall, given the unknowns. So I will thank you for your time, and thank the council and the council president for allowing me the time. And I look forward to anyone else's questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we unlock somebody else, Phil, please?
Robert 44, would you please state your name for the record?
Hi, this is former Councilman Robert Cushman, from Ward 1. Just want to start off my presentation. I'm not sure, in the council packet, there was a 38-page document that was provided to the council. I'm looking at page 6. Is it possible you can display that?
If we want to share the presentation again.
Yeah, and it's the one in the bid package, because there's all different kinds of page numbers on there. And so this is your presentation, but this is the presentation in the bid package. It's a memo from Stephen Rotundo, Peter Schaefer, and Bruce Kaiser to the City Council. And it's on page 6 of that 38-page document. March 26, 2021 is the date on the document.
Does anybody have that they can share on their screen? I see, I have it at page 3 in my
Is it the
docket, but I don't have it digitally in front of me. So.
Yeah, it's the PDF that went out with the.
I have it if you want, if I can figure out how to do it.
I think if you go down to
share screen, it's a green. It says share screen.
Let's see.
I mean, I actually have it in front of me. You want me to share my screen?
Can you see it?
He's got it. Yep. Now just
You need me to zoom?
Yes, please.
Can you? All right. I guess
I'll take off that annoying thing. Sorry, I forgot I have that for editing. Sorry.
So just a couple things, because I know we went back and forth about the I guess, the longevity of the interlocal trust, but there's in the second paragraph, the last sentence, it says Warwick has a long history at the interlocal trust, having previously participated in a health pool for more than 25 years. That's not correct, is it?
I'll respond to that. Excuse me a sec.
Yep, Bruce, go
Hi.
right ahead.
Hi, yeah, this is Bruce. That is incorrect. We've been with the trust for property and liability for 25 years, but yeah, not with the health pool, as
Okay.
Brian LaValle had indicated earlier.
So how long has it been for the health pool? Was it 3 or 4 years?
No, Brian responded to that earlier. Rob, I believe 2012 or 13, we joined the pool. We joined the risk pool.
Okay.
And we were with them for 4 years before the switch was made to WB.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. So below that, there's 4 factors that the administration is using to recommend to award the bid to the trust. I want to focus on the top 2. First of all, I'm just curious as to who was responsible for picking those 4 items as the factors to make this recommendation.
Well, the first point, these are points that were identified in the consultant's report. So in the slide presentation that was shown earlier by our consultants, each of these points was touched on. So we lifted these, what we felt were the priorities or primary points that were made. Most cost efficient, meaning that it's as was indicated earlier, the rate proposed by the interlocal trust is 5.6% lower on a per plan basis, on average across all the different employee groups, active and retiree. And as was discussed at great length, it's a fully insured guaranteed premium, meaning that the trust assumes a risk should claims exceed what the premium costs are for the fiscal year.
Okay, so just looking at the end of the first sentence, providing the least budget impact, what do you mean by that?
That means that, well, we were talking about the $1.3 million savings based on the current employee census, number of plans of the covered employees, both active and retiree. It's a $1.3 million savings over the rates proposed by West Bay.
So when you say budget impact, though, are you concerned with spiking in overages? So say you budget $21 million and it comes in as 23 or something like that. Is that your concern?
No, I'm just saying that the cost to fund the fiscal year 22 appropriations for employee health care is a lower cost with the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust proposal than it is for the WB.
Okay. And then in the second thing, not to exceed the budget, that's where you're concerned with whatever you budget, you do not want to, go over that amount, right? With deficit spending, right?
Exactly.
So is it the fear of the city that the city could not handle a significant budget overage for healthcare?
Well, we're just saying that for budget stability purposes, it provides us the assurance that we will not exceed budget, and therefore we can predict what our costs will be.
Okay. Did the mayor or city council have any input as to the factors that should be using in the consultants choosing and recommending who to award the bid to?
No.
Why not?
No, there weren't specific criteria that were established by the council and actually I wasn't here during the last administration when the healthcare consulting RFP was put out to bid. So I'm not certain what they were, that administration was, what direction that administration or the council had provided at the time that bid was awarded.
So who participated in the narrative or the written RFP?
The prior administration.
Okay.
And you mean this RFP for the healthcare insurers?
Yes.
It was the administration and the consultants, Marcia and McLennan.
And does that include you, the three of you in this letter? Did you participate in this writing of that RFP?
No, actually, our personnel director was involved. I was not involved.
Okay, and there was never any outreach to anybody on the city council as to certain criteria or factors that they would have liked included in the RFP?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. All right, let me go on to just a couple other things. And I'm looking at my notes over here. So I'm just trying to make sure I could keep track the right page numbers, and maybe Councilman Sinapi, you can kind of go along with me. So I'm just going to scroll down, and I'm at, like I said, that 38-page document, and I think it's page 8 of the consultants. I'm just looking right now.
Before you get ahead of yourself, I'm sorry to interrupt. So what I have open is just a solitary page. That's what I
Okay.
opened it from. So I'd have to find whatever it is you're
I
talking
mean,
about.
Can I share my screen? Because I got the document up now and there's an option for me to share. Can I do that? So I got a thing right now. What is it? I'm going to, oh, maybe I can't. Audio settings.
Well, let's
Yes,
try to
screen.
ask the questions, and we have the document, so.
All right. Well, I mean, it would be helpful to have, the document in front. So I'm looking at page 8 of the consultant's report. And like I said, I have a share screen option here. I could pop it right on the screen.
Let's just ask the questions, and we'll work off that way.
All right. So on page 8 of the presentation, and I'm just going to refer to it right now so I could read from it. Let me just, I'm scrolling down to that. So
That's the one that's titled fully insured versus self-insured, pros and
yes,
cons.
pros and cons. Yeah.
Give me a moment. I'll have it for you.
Great. Thank you. I think it just makes it easier.
Perhaps the consultant could do it for us right off the get-go.
Yeah, there we go. So you talk about your list as a pro to self-insurance that a fully insured plan that unexpected claim cost is assumed by the insurance carrier and employee costs capped at 100% of the premium value, right? And then later on in your presentation, you say, as a self-insured employee, the city is reliable for any unforeseen claim cost, including prospective costs associated with the current volatility of the market due to COVID-19. So I think what the discussion we've been having is what's the best avenue for the city to be as least risk adverse as possible, right? And the consultants are recommending going with the trust because we're saying that, because it's such a larger pool, the risk will be reduced going into the larger pool. Is that correct? Am I summarizing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So, Councilman, this page 20, let me make sure I have the right page here. This is just it might be, I think it's page 21. I hate the fact that we have 2 different numbered pages.
Is it titled with key considerations, the trust?
Let me see. Yeah, I think it is. Oh, yes, it is. And it's on, yes, key considerations. All right. No, but we've already gone through that one. But it's on page 21 of their presentation.
Yeah, on the bottom right hand corner, this is labeled as 21.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to see if I can find. So I'm just trying to read your screen. So there's a paragraph here that says, quote, if losses create unacceptable low reserves for the overall pool members, assessments may apply. Since 2011, no members have been assessed. So let's say, what does that mean? Does that mean, the trust has an overall reserve pool for claims? And if for some reason that pool gets totally depleted, and let's say we go into a deficit, you are going to assess, the trust will assess fees, I guess, on its members. Is that true?
Mike, can you take this one, please?
Sure. This is Mike Gillis from Marshall McLennan Agency. The answer to that is yes. If the trust reserves go below what's deemed an acceptable reserve level, there would be some sort of call from the members of the trust.
Now, on the self-insured model with the WB, the city alone would have to pick up those costs, correct?
Correct. If the city's performance with WB was higher than the expectations set by the WB, then that would be the city's responsibility.
So I'm going to throw out a couple terms here. This is like the Dr. Fauci term, follow the science. So you're basically making a recommendation to the city to have less risk to join an organization with 54 other entities that could possibly have catastrophic claims as a result of COVID-19. And you want us to join that pool. That's kind of like saying to me, I'm staying at home, I'm social distancing myself so I don't get COVID-19, but now I'm going to invite 54 people into my house. So I think your recommendations don't make any sense. They're logically conflicting with each other. If the city of Warwick wants to socially distance itself and maintain the least amount of risk as possible, I don't think I would recommend them going into a pool with 54 other entities that they have totally no control over, because you're saying there's a potential risk of claims spiking due to COVID-19.
If there is a spike in the claims due to COVID-19 and the costs are not guaranteed under the WB, the liability to the city becomes much greater than under the trust model where the costs are guaranteed.
Okay, so what I've done is you guys have been talking about, how accurate the city has been over the last years. And I'm a former councilman, and, I was part of the city discussion in 2007 when we went to a competitive bid process, and I want to talk about that in a second. What I did is I performed an analysis of the actual budgeted amount for healthcare, and I wish I could display this for you. I mean, council president, through you, can I share my screen and show this analysis that I performed, because I think it's very germane to what we're talking about.
No, I just please ask the questions. Do we have the consultants here that can answer your questions?
So, this is not a question. This is a statement. I've done an analysis back from 2008. And since 2008 to 2019, I did not.
Mr. Cushman, are you muted?
Yeah, what was that? Excuse me. All right. There's been years that we have had, deficits, and we've also had surpluses. But by and large, the city has been spot on in terms of budgeting versus actual cost. And I think we're talking about the fear right now of like a COVID, a spike in claims. But the fact of the matter is, right now we've accumulated what was the surplus that we said is currently in the WB?
This is Mike Gillis again. I want to clarify that because there's been a little confusion around that number. The number as of the end of February 2021 is $3.8 million.
Okay.
There's another number that's been referenced of $4.6 million. That's a number that the WB provided based on annualizing the current position through the end of the fiscal year. So we don't know if that extra $800,000 will come to fruition or not.
Okay, so when I look at the budgeted versus the actual dollars, in 2008, we had a $224,000 deficit. In 2009, we had a $323,000 deficit. 2010, we had a $1,073,000 surplus. 2011, $346,000 surplus. 2012, $381,000. This is right from the city, directly from their budget documents. 2013, we lost $547,000, $335,000 surplus in 2014. 2015, $465,000 deficit. 2016, $28,000 deficit. 2017, $36,000 surplus. 2018, $214,000 surplus. 2019, $290,000 surplus, for a total combined surplus of about $1 million over that period of time. So over that period of time, to Councilman Ed Lattisore's point, the city's been spot on in terms of its budgeting versus its actual dollar amount. And now we're saying that we have, you just said we have a $3.8 million surplus as a result of less claims from COVID-19. And I'm getting back to my original point. That $3.8 million could be used to buffer any kind of spike that we have in health care claims and not go into a pool with 53 other or 54 other entities that we absolutely have no control of. We have no idea what their experience for claims is, right? Over the last so many years, you know, all it takes is a bunch of those entities to have a real bad year. They deplete the trust funds surplus, and then the city of Warwick is going to have to spend taxpayer dollars to bail out other cities and towns and entities because they're not managing their healthcare budget as good as Warwick. That's a possibility. That could happen, right?
This is Danielle from Marcia McLennan. I'm just going to jump in. I would say that our recommendation and our lens that we're looking at this from is what the city's prior experience was within the trust, which was favorable, what the year-over-year increases have been over the past 3 to 5 years in the aggregate pool, which have all been favorable. Could there be an aberrant year? Yes. There could be an aberrant year for the city on its own as a self-insured employer. There could be several other communities in the trust that may have a tough year or catastrophic claims. An advantage of being in a larger pool is that you have the risk spread out among a lot of other different diverse profiles.
So isn't there also a disadvantage that if you are managing your funds well, there's a potential disadvantage that you could be getting thrown into a pool of people or entities that have higher risk, and they can actually result in you paying more money that has nothing to do with your claims, right? That could happen, right?
In a pooled arrangement, the risk is spread out. So yes, there could be and probably will be people, just like in Warwick in the illustration you've given, over an 8 or 9 year period of the ups and downs. The volatility of claims is true on some level with any employer.
So now this is a question to the administration. Does the city have the capability in any one budget year to, let's say, handle $1 million budget overage? That's directed to the administration.
Council President.
I'd say, oh, you're going to take that, Peter? Okay.
You all right with my responding, Council President?
Please go ahead.
Well, I mean, I gave a report in January to the council. There's a very substantial deficit in overtime in the fire department.
Yeah.
There are some other deficits. There are surpluses in other places. When you're looking at a budget, you're looking at all the different factors. You're looking at how your revenue collections are coming. So you're talking about one issue of $1 million. Well, we're talking close to $2 million overtime problem in the fire department. We're managing it just as we would manage any kind of health insurance. The thing I really want to manage is I want to come up with a $1.3 million in savings, which is $1.3 million less than what we will pay with WB. Even if we add employees, the differential is still $1.3 million, and that's what the administration is looking for.
So what I want to chime in on is I performed the same analysis, and you're spot on about the firefighter overtime. And I looked at the firefighter overtime, and I'm just doing this to show the ability of the city to handle a crisis. And going back from the same amount of years, from 2008-9, in 2008, we had $1 million deficit. In 2009, we balanced our budget overtime. 2010, $1 million. 2011, 154,000. 2012, a deficit of 1.2 million. 2013, $500,000 deficit. 2014, $270,000 deficit. 2015, $145,000 deficit. 2016, $293,000 deficit. 2017, $119,000 deficit. 2018, $1.1 million deficit. 2020, $2.4 million deficit. And guess what? The city handled those crises and they balanced the budget. So the fact of the matter is we have $3.8 million in a kitty in West Bay that we can use to handle a crisis. And we've never been over by over $200,000-$300,000 when we've budgeted our actual budget for healthcare and the actual expenses come in. And I'm just trying to point out that a city as large as Warwick has the capability of handling a crisis like that, because the fire department's been in a crisis with their overtime for the last 15 years. And over that period of time I've just cited to you, the fire department overtime has been over by $8.2 million in that period of time, but we found a way to pay for that. So the fact of the matter is, I don't think it's a good idea for the city to be throwing itself into a risk pool and basically throw the dice and hope that there's not any kind of catastrophic problem in there, and then we're gonna have to pay for that. Because that's what the healthcare consultant said. They're recommending we get into that pool to reduce the risk, but I think we're increasing the risk. So one other thing, and I want to talk about a little history that I have as a council person going back prior years. I joined the council in 2007, and prior to that, the city council never went out for a competitive bid. And what I want to look at, and it's on page 4 of the consultant's presentation. Can you go to page 4?
Yep, one moment, please.
So your second paragraph, you sent out this RFP to all these different entities, right? You got Blue Cross Blue Shield, Tufts, United Healthcare, et cetera, right?
Correct. This does not represent every single carrier. This is Danielle speaking from Marshall McLennan.
Okay.
This was an example of the most major players, if you will, in the Rhode Island market, but it went out to a much more comprehensive list than this.
Okay. Can you go to page 11 of your presentation? So out of everybody you sent that to, and you said it's a bigger comprehensive list, you basically got back 3 bids. WB Community Health, the Trust, and Aetna. Now, Aetna is the only licensed insurance provider, correct? The other 2 aren't really a licensed insurance provider, right? Aetna is actually an insurance company, right?
I would answer this is that Aetna is a direct carrier. So I think we've explained very comprehensively in the first part of what the difference between a direct carrier, fully versus self-insured, and a consortium is. So yes, to your point, we only got, well, not only, but we were able to get 3 competitive bids, and this was the same situation as last year as well.
So has anybody asked the question as to why some of the other major carriers in Rhode Island did not bid on Warwick's RFPs?
Yes, I can answer that question. I can say it, I would say with the caveat anecdotally, just because this is the research that we tried to achieve in terms of learning the city and the history. But I can tell you that in speaking to a couple of the other carriers, they declined to bid because of the year-over-year bid process and the city, the city's, I guess, prior experience with the bid process, which plays into our sentiments that I've reiterated several times about the city losing its competitiveness in the market due to this bidding year over year.
So how much of a history of Warwick in terms of its healthcare bid process does your company understand?
I think that we understand as much as we were able to understand, if that makes sense.
So how many years can you go back? How many years?
Well, I think we've demonstrated our understanding over a decade of time, sir. We've just taken on this account within the last 24 months, rather.
Okay, and you know, I'm not saying this to be harsh or anything. I mean, you know, you know what you know, but I want to provide you with some additional information that you probably didn't know, because I was part of the process back during the 2007, 2008 years when I was on the council. And during that time, before then, like I said, the city of Warwick never had competitive bids. We just negotiated directly with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it was a known fact that the city of Warwick would have its healthcare through Blue Cross Blue Shield, period. We instituted, and I was part of the process of putting some ordinances in, and we did seek competitive bids, and we were able to get those major insurance carriers to come in. And as a result of what we did, we basically knocked down the administrative fees from over $125 a person to probably about 30-something a person. It rippled through the entire state of Rhode Island, and we saved the city millions and millions of dollars over so many years. The problem that we had is we never really focused on the rate structures and things. And over years past, what we tried to do is, we had the major carriers come in, and we hired an actuarial firm, and we wanted them to run the claims, the actual claims that Warwick owns that were adjudicated by Blue Cross Blue Shield, into the competitors' models, so we can compare rate for rate, procedure for procedure, how much it would cost. Does your company have the capability of doing that?
Looking at the claims, yes, of course.
So if Warwick can get all those claims data for, let's say, last year from WB or from anybody else or whatever, and let's just say, for example, MetLife bids or Aetna bids or United Healthcare bid, would you be able to run those through a model to find out if we in fact had a contract with Aetna or United Healthcare?
Excuse me, sir. We only can talk about the people that have bid on this and what is before us this evening. We can't do hypotheticals. We can't run things for people who did not bid. We need to stick to the topic.
All right. Thank you, Constable. So, but here's my point I'm trying to make. One of the reasons why you're not getting, and I'm going to tell you right up because I know this knowledge directly. United Healthcare does not want to deal with the city of Warwick before, because in the past they were the low bidders and their bids were thrown out. So they don't have any confidence anymore that the city of Warwick is willing to move on from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So my question is this: the WB Community Health is exclusively a Blue Cross Blue Shield package, right?
Correct.
And the trust is exclusively a Blue Cross package, right?
Correct.
So basically when we're arguing between whether we want to go from the trust or WB Community Health, we're really going to Blue Cross, right?
That's correct. That is the bottom line. Yes.
So basically Warwick almost just about has no competition right now because we have a monopoly. Blue Cross Blue Shield has a monopoly on Warwick, and basically nobody wants to bid because there's a perception out there that we're never going to change from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Why wouldn't Blue Cross Blue Shield deal directly with the city of Warwick?
I don't understand your question.
You sent the RFP package to Blue Cross Blue Shield according to page 4. Why didn't Blue Cross Blue Shield submit a bid independently of the community health?
Because they service the coalitions, as you know, and they don't bid against them.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any?
Also, I'd like to also point out, as we mentioned in our presentation, Aetna also put forth a very comprehensive proposal and is in our opinion, and working with them and with other employers is also a very good option. As Megan Sloan, our consultant on the case, mentioned, when we look at the discounts, right, the discounts are not as competitive as to what members have with Blue Cross right now. So it's not, I agree with you that I do think that there is a perception out in the world about what the city's priorities are and what may or may not happen. But that's not necessarily what our analysis was based on. Our analysis looked at sort of what you were getting to in terms of your claims question. Okay, what are the discounts? How do they compare to Blue Cross? You know, more of the granularities of the plan, not necessarily that we wrote them off because they're not Blue Cross. So I think that should be made clear. And we did ask United Health to bid again, and they declined.
So what you did is, the only thing you can do is you just compared the rates that Aetna had compared to the Blue Cross rates, right? But you couldn't do actual City of Warwick claims experience in that analysis, right?
It's rates and discounts are the most important fundamentals. And then we asked a variety of questions, qualitative and quantitative questions in that RFP that covered a span of different services. So we're looking at the plan comprehensively.
We did, Danielle, just to elaborate on that, we did rely on the self-reported discounts provided by each of the carriers. So Aetna did provide an average medical discount in the area, not just across Rhode Island, I should say, but specifically with regards to the Warwick service area.
But would you agree that if you could run the actual claims history that went through the WB through Aetna's, you would get a more accurate assessment?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, if we trust them to be reporting their discounts appropriately, which I think they did because they're not competitive with what Blue Cross is illustrating. When we made that comment earlier in the presentation that the claims could be as much as $5 million higher with Aetna, that was based on a comparison of what Blue Cross is reporting for discounts versus what Aetna reported for discounts.
So you have no body of knowledge in terms of what the community of employees and retirees in Warwick actually submitted for claims. So you're just kind of looking at a one-to-one comparison. You know what I'm saying? How are you doing that?
Well, we're taking actuarial estimations around how many services are applied within each category, taking a blended discount approach across all those categories.
So how do you know how much services were used in Warwick? Where do you get that information from?
No, this was based on book of business to get an estimation.
Okay, so you're not using actual claim information from the city, right?
Not at the detail level, at the aggregate level we are.
Okay. But if you could at the detail level, would that give the city council a more accurate picture of the real cost between the competitors?
We are not provided that level of detail to be able to run that type of analysis. If it was close, it might be worth that additional step, but where it was clear that there was not competition in that regard.
Okay, so that's a great point you just made. Because we don't have the level of competition, so what is your recommendation to the city of Warwick to open up more competition for the next bid?
Let's worry about the next bid next time. Let's just keep it on this bid, what is proposed before us this evening.
All right, so here's my next question. Does the consultants know of any other entity in Rhode Island municipality that deals directly with Blue Cross Blue Shield?
I mean, most of the communities that we know of are in either the WB REMIC or the trust. I know the city of Providence is self-insured on its own, and I'm not sure which carrier they use. It could be a Blue Cross. I'm not sure.
It's Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Blue Cross Blue Shield deals directly with the city of Providence. And the only reason I'm asking all these questions is that, I'm going to give you my final recommendation to the city council. To me, I think the city council needs to be able to get to the point where they're willing to move on from Blue Cross Blue Shield and send that signal to the other competition out in Rhode Island and say the only way that we are going to deal potentially with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and this is a question to the healthcare consultants, could a stipulation be put into the RFP that the city only gets bids from licensed insurance providers? Would that preclude the trust in the WB Community Health from bidding and force Blue Cross to have to bid or lose the business?
Again, sir, these are very good questions. And when we're going over the next time we put the RFP out, I'm sure we will bring up these questions again. But this evening, we can only talk about the companies that have bid, this is before us now. This is the only thing that we can discuss.
So Council President, is there anything precluding you from rejecting all these bids and rebidding?
Again, we can do, yeah, that is an option. We have multiple options. That is an option.
So my questions, I think, are pertinent to that fact because you actually have an option open to reject all these bids, right?
Correct.
Now, if you reject all these bids, would you have to get an extension through the WB Community Health? What would happen if you reject these bids? Is there any time frame now you're under to take action?
There is a time frame if the I believe Bruce or the consultants want to answer that.
Yes, I can answer that. Yes, we would not be able to facilitate another bid process for FY22. There's a 90-day initiation and defection rule from Blue Cross in coming in and out of these consortiums that we would have to meet by April 1st, which is tomorrow. So that would mean that this process would likely have to extend its tenure with the WB or take their proposal. I'm not sure, whatever the administration wishes to do on that, but we would not be able to rebid these for this
All right,
year.
so I want to make sure I understand what you just said. That's not the WB Community Health putting that restriction on Warwick. That's Blue Cross Blue Shield?
It's a Blue Cross Blue Shield rule, if you will, that they need 90 days to transition in and transition out. That's standard practice in the industry.
So we're dealing with a contract with WB Community Health, but yet we have restrictions put on us by Blue Cross Blue Shield that refuses to negotiate with us, right?
That's not what I mentioned. I said that is the transition rule. The city would never want to transition its members in any shorter of a time frame with the communication and other administrative tasks that need to go into that type of transition. So that would be our recommendation no matter what.
So is that in the WB Community Health contract with the city of Warwick right now?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in the WB contract. We'd have to look.
So if it's not in the WB contract, why are you held to that? Can someone from WB answer that question? You got someone from the WB on. Is that stipulation in the current contract with the city of Warwick?
Sir, let's move forward. If you have any additional questions.
Councilman, I'm asking she just said
I understand, and the consultant has answered the question. She said that you have to have 90 days. That is the standard, and that they would not recommend doing it any different like that. Again, the 90 days is the standard.
So I asked the question, is that in the contract with WB Community Health? I know it's a standard, but is it contractually obligated?
They will look that up for us and get us an answer. Do you have any additional questions, sir?
I'm going to just make a final statement. And my final statement is this. My recommendation to the council is to throw out this entire bid process and go out to rebid this. Do your homework. You're doing this once again at the last minute. Yeah, the RFP was just open 2 weeks ago. We have a special meeting. I mean, this is almost like the firefighter contract. It's being rushed. You're not taking the time to consider what's going on. I would go back to the WB and see if you can get a 1-year extension and then do this thing the right way. Because, cramming for the test at the last minute almost always results in you flunking the test. And that's what you're doing right now. And I would love to get an answer to that question, because if you are not contractually obligated to do that, then you don't need to act on this tonight, and you can maybe act on it in 2 weeks. And I'm sure that the WB or Blue Cross or anybody else can handle that transition, because a few years from now, they may want to be, we're staying with Blue Cross no matter what. So let me ask a question, one last question. What's the transition? We're going from Blue Cross from WB to Blue Cross to the trust. We're not moving out of Blue Cross. So what's the transition?
This is Danielle from March. Sir, there are 2 different entities with 2 different operating systems, and members are going to have to get new cards, new communication, new handbooks, and so forth. So that would be the framework for the transition.
Okay, so it sounds like that's just a best practice thing, but it doesn't sound like there's anything out of the question that would preclude you from going a week or two, because you're still staying with Blue Cross. And I would think that Blue Cross, because in the back end, they're handling the whole situation, and they could probably, it's not like you're going to Aetna or a whole nother entity. You're staying within that organization in the background. So it shouldn't be as much work as if you were actually transitioning over to another healthcare carrier. So that's all the questions I have. Yep, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's two different organizations, so it would be considered the same process.
So WB Community Health and the trust are considered two different organizations, right?
Correct.
But the back end is Blue Cross Blue Shield is the provider, right? The adjudicator.
They're two different organizations, sir. I think I've answered your question.
All right. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, sir. I believe next up is Rob. A couple of Robs up there. I think Mr. Cody already spoke, so if we can go with
Rob Calise.
Rob Calise.
Yep, I think you guys can hear me. Rob Calise, I am a health benefits consultant. My role is the National Employee Benefits Practice Leader for the Hill Group. It was the consultant to Warwick in the past, and currently the consultant working with WB Community Health. Have really three quick points to make. I know at the hour that we're at, I will be extremely brief. One consideration to make is that in fiscal year 2022, you are going to pay, let's just use what's in the Marsh report because it seems accurate, 1.55 million in claims run out. That also needs to be added to the fully insured premium because that's going to be paid in fiscal 2022. When you're looking at total cost for fiscal year 2022, you have to take run out claims and add them to your fully insured premium from a budget perspective. It's not just the premium because you're exiting a fully insured program and exiting a self-insured program, entering a fully insured program. You've got to capture your fully insured premiums plus your run out claims. That's total cost for the year. So that's just something for you guys to ponder and consider when you're looking at the budget for FY 2022. The other consideration is there's discussion about budget certainty around the WB Community Health model. And I just want to clarify specifically this point. The WB model is not just a straight up self-insured model where you pay claims weekly in a normal ASO self-funded arrangement. The model is a hybrid model where WB develops working rates that are premium equivalents. So similar to the trust, you pay a guaranteed amount every month based on the enrollment in the plans that you have that month and throughout the course of the year. And that money is put into a fund in Warwick's name, and then claims are paid from that fund. In no month do they come to you and say, you had a bad month, you need to pay us more money. So just understand you have budget certainty inside the WB model. At the end of the year, there's a settlement process. If you have an accumulated surplus, they use it to offset next year's renewal. If you have an accumulated deficit, it's used to increase the renewal in the following year. There's never a settlement option or settlement process that happens that says you have a deficit balance, write us a check. That only occurs if you leave the WB. If you're in a surplus position like you are, or if you're in a deficit position, which could potentially exist. So I want to just be clear so the council understands you have budget certainty under either of these models. And then the third concern that I have or comment that I have is that the trust made a statement about your member equity balance. And I have the contract, albeit it's a year old, and maybe it's changed, but inside of the contract, it talks about withdrawn equity allotment. And this is the accumulation of your equity inside the WB. And in the calculation, step one of the calculation is we calculate 50% of the member's proportionate share of the health pool equity as of June 30th of the year in which the member departs. This was the amount that was calculated when you left the trust 4 years ago to go to WB, and it cost the city $1 million that year. You had $2 million worth of member equity and they only released $1 million to you. Now, maybe the contract has changed and you will get 100%, but that's not what was in the contract last year. So the potential exists that it was updated. I'm certainly leave that as an open comment, but I just want to be clear that that 50% language was in last year's contract. And that's really all I have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Kinsella.
Mute. Hello.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. My name's Rick Casella. I think to Bob Cushman's point, my question is, it sounds like we're on kind of a timetable here as to whether or not we continue with one or the other based on requirements with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Did you state earlier that this RFP went out 2 weeks ago? Somebody? Because it seems to me, if that's correct, and I don't know if I heard it right, that's only 2 weeks to put together bids for
No.
How
Sorry,
long?
Mr. Casella, this is Danielle from Marsh & McLennan.
Danielle.
Hello. In our presentation, we laid out in the first, I think, slides 3 and 4, the process that we underwent. So we essentially prepared for the RFP in January and February. It was released toward the end of February, and it came back. It was out to the market for about 3.5 weeks and came back March 17th. So we had about a week and a half to prepare it under those time parameters, but it went out the appropriate amount of time, and we worked to get the analysis completed in a very expeditious manner to meet this April 1st deadline.
But so what probably would be something that's accurate as a statement goes, and I think it goes to Mr. Cushman's point earlier also, is that had the language been in the contract that our renewal is dependent on a circuit breaker with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and that, you know, even though you may have started in January, it's obvious to me that and I'm not blaming you or saying you were slow or that any one person is responsible for it, but I would have thought that if we knew we had this deadline, we might have started much earlier. And I don't want to make any assumptions about one administration over another. I'm just saying it confuses me that we're up against it. And now if we don't make a decision tonight, one of the two of you are going to be out of the loop. I don't know. I thought we were doing a recommendation and then there'd be further discussion. I didn't realize this was an 11th hour thing. I mean, obviously it was a surprise to somebody because this is a specially organized meeting. So the deadline is really the issue. That's all I have to say. And thank you for your efforts. And good night.
Thank you very much, sir. The phone number ending 8487.
Yes, good evening. My name is Roger Durand. Let me first thank the council. Good evening, Council President. Let me first thank the council. It's nice that you called a special meeting to discuss such an important topic. So I want to applaud you and the other members of the council. Having said that, I think you're being put in a very, very difficult position. After listening to Mr. Casella and Mr. Cushman, I have to totally agree. I thought this was just going to be an informational meeting where you were going to take the data that was presented tonight, discuss it amongst yourselves, and come to a conclusion probably in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It sounds to me that you have no alternative to vote on this tonight, which I think is totally inappropriate. This is a 3-year contract. This isn't a 1-year contract. This is a 3-year contract. And in all deference to the council president, I've been listening to council meetings for 10 years. And when it comes to healthcare, as Mr. Cushman described, and Mr. Lattisaw did a fantastic job, every 3 years, we're always told we're going to catch it next budget. Next 3 years, we'll take care of it. I'm tired of listening to that. Candidly with you, I'm not blaming the consultants. I'm not blaming the city council. I'd like to know when the council president was informed that he had to call a special meeting tonight so we can vote on this, because we have no alternative because of a 90-day window. I guess I will ask you, council president, when were you informed about this, the 90-day window?
We decided that we were going to do a special meeting very early on, meetings like this, meetings like union contracts that are coming up. I believe that
Right.
it's something that should have its own night. So that is why we had a special meeting.
Oh, no, I'm not criticizing you for it. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I applaud you for it, as I said in my remarks. My question is, when were you informed that the bid package is in? You guys have to do a perusal of it, and we got to have a meeting on such and such a date. When were you informed?
Maybe a couple weeks ago. I don't know the exact date.
So you weren't given ample time either. So somebody, and I don't want to say the administration, but you know what this reminds me of? And I think the terminology, and I'll get on to my questions in a minute. I'll make one more point on this because I'm aghast that this is happening. This reminds me when I listen to the finance meetings. And the people on the finance committee will berate a city employee who comes in. I think the term is 5666. They got to have a special expenditure when we haven't planned for it. We're looking into $1 million contract, $21 million contract, and there's absolutely no time. I feel sorry for Mr. Gephardt. He seems like he's very involved in the finance committee. I certainly want to absorb all this information in a week or 2 days. This should be taking months. So having said that, I made my point on that. Let's move on. Danielle, a couple questions for you. You would preface your remarks by saying that you're a consultant and the territory that you're responsible for is Massachusetts as well as Rhode Island. So my question is more, what I am interested in, we know what the co-pays are in the city of Warwick. Why don't you, and you deal primarily, as you said, in the municipal marketplace as opposed to the commercial marketplace.
Correct.
Give me a little idea, because I have people, my niece works in Westwood, Massachusetts. They have a 50% copay for their health care. So what I want you to give us a little flavor from the bottom to the top. What do you see for copays for city employees? In general, what do you see?
That's a tough question because so many of the groups that we deal with, if they could be like, for example, we work with a lot of communities that are in the state of Massachusetts healthcare plan, or they're self-insured or fully insured. It really honestly depends. I think the average co-payment or employee contribution, there you go, split that we see is usually about 70 to 80% in the communities. Co-payments really vary. It depends if a community has more what they call Cadillac type plans. So they're very low co-pays with low or no deductibles. And then we're seeing this shift in a lot of communities where they're introducing HRAs and HSAs as another plan option with higher deductible plans, such as like $2,000 and maybe more for a family. So it really depends upon the community. But, you know, I think it spans across a pretty wide spectrum depending upon what funding arrangement they're in and also what type of consortium. And what I mean by that is, are they with the WV? Are they with the trust? And in Massachusetts, there are also different types of coalitions that are very similarly organized. So, you know, each of those may have their own benefit structures. I hope that gives you some type of insight, but I'd say
yeah, I was looking more for percentages, but I know people who have worked in, you deal in Massachusetts, Norfolk, Mass, the copay is 50%. Westwood is high also. In Warwick, we range anywhere from 17 to 20.
But it's hard though.
Okay.
You just said Westwood, correct? Westwood,
Correct.
Mass, I believe at least Westwood, Mass is with the Group Insurance Commission, which is the state's health insurer, at least they were. So comparing someone who's with the GIC to the city of Warwick is apples to oranges. They're two completely different dynamics.
I know there's two different dynamics, but from a taxpayer standpoint, what we worry about is our tax dollar.
Yes.
So having said that, and I know we can bandy back and forth on that, my other question for you is regarding, we have, and we talked about this tonight, the prescription drug plan. This is very dear to me, insofar as it was introduced by Mayor Avedisian. I'm sure you don't know who he was, but we're probably going back 10 years.
Yes.
I questioned him back at that budget hearing when he introduced it for $1 million that year. No actuarial study done, nothing. And it's been brought up in a few other budget hearings going forward that I've attended or listened to. Our consultant at the time, and it's not you guys, but the consultant at the time was asked the question by former Councilman Steve Marola, can you give me an idea of another city and town that you handle or you operate with that even has a prescription drug plan? And he said, I don't know of any corporation nor any city that has one. We do. Now, reviewing the charts that you gave us, I was reviewing, from what I saw on the appendix that you provided in your bid package, that our prescription drug plan is averaging a month about 350,000. That's an average. Some months 325, 375, on average 350. So we're approximately $4 million a year. Again, from what I'm told, I don't know of anybody who's getting that kind of thing. Getting back to one of the points that was brought up tonight about prescription drugs, we were talking about, one of your representatives, Danielle, was talking about, well, it depends what the co-pays are with CVS and all. Does it really matter what the co-pays are on prescription drugs? As far as I know, and you can explain to me going forward, we have a cap in the city of Warwick of $300 and $600. 300 individual, $600 family. Is that still in effect with this program that we're talking about tonight?
I believe that the co-payment comments from my colleague Megan were about, would there be a change in the formulary, which she was mentioning the formulary can always change no matter.
Correct. No, I understand that. I understand that, but the fact of the matter is, if the copay goes up, I'm sorry.
No, I was explaining the context we were talking about that, and we were trying to point out whether or not there could or may not be member disruption with co-payments. That's why it was important.
No, I understand that. I totally understand. But my question was, let's say I take generic drug and my copay is $10, hypothetically, a month. Next month it goes up to $20, so I have to pay $20. My point is, at the end of the year, if I have a $300 cap and I spend, instead of spending $400 for prescriptions this year, next year I pay $500, it doesn't matter. I'm capped $300 as being a city employee. My question to you is are the caps for prescription drugs changing for the city employees with these contracts going forward?
There are a lot of changes in prescription drugs going forward, correct. There are step therapy programs that incentivize through co-payments and co-insurance to have employees and retirees potentially try alternative drugs that are expensive to the more expensive ones, and a lot of programs on specialty drugs as well that you'll see in terms of co-payment structures changing to incentivize members to try either generics or lower cost or more preferred type medicines first. So yes, I would say
something that's been done in private industry 20 years ago, but that's not the point. The point is, and I'll drop it, I'll move on to my next question. If I was working for the city of Warwick under a family plan, I would have a cap of $600 total that I would have to pay for prescriptions. That's what it used to be, unless it's changed. And if the family this year spent $2,000, it doesn't matter. It's capped at $600. So that was my question. I don't think it's changed, but let's move on to the next point.
Okay, well,
I was looking over your.
Go ahead. I was just going to say there are no proposed changes as to what the benefits are now today. in terms of
Oh, I
evaluation.
understand that. Councilman, I totally understand that. And Councilman Ladislaw brought that up in his presentation, and it's something that has to be addressed very quickly because it's $4 million. If you want to extrapolate that, looking at your appendix again, which I did my homework before I called you, looking at your appendix, our cost of prescriptions is now 20% of our healthcare plan. 20%, which other cities and towns are not being impacted by because they don't have it. And it never should have been given.
All right, thank you. Yep, no, we can't talk about, again, we can't change it now. It's what's before us. So, Roger, you said you had another question?
Hopefully, Council President, you will be changing something in the future with voting down this thing tonight. But let's go forward. Page 20 of your proposal or your synopsis, Danielle. It's executive summary regarding dental insurance.
Okay.
And I see that you had 6 people apply. And page 20 is why Delta Dental working rates yield the most estimated savings. You're not recommending it. And at the bottom line, you said offering the medical and dental on a combined platform allows for administrative ease for the city and streamlines communications to employees. So the first question is, if we went with Delta Dental, how much would we save versus what you're recommending?
Megan, I'm going to let you take this one, okay?
Sure. So the proposed Delta Administrative Services only came in at 10.7% below your current, the city's current dental costs. This is based on a
dollar amount.
It was
dollar amount, please.
100 and excuse me, this is Megan Sloan from Marsh. I apologize.
I'm sorry, Megan. Thank you.
So the Delta Dental self-funded proposal, they provided suggested working rates based on their proposal. Those came in at 10.7% below your current cost, so $104,000.
A year.
$471 projected
for a year.
Correct. Projected for fiscal year 22.
So if we extrapolate that 3 years out, one of the things, and I'm just as an addendum, I know you don't attend budget hearings and the like, but one of the things they've been banding about, and Councilman Howell's been talking about this for weeks.
Again, Mr. Durant,
about
please.
How the fire department.
Mr. Durant, this is not about the fire department, please. Just on this report this evening.
We're focused Council President, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm talking about the $100,000 savings. That's what I'm focusing on. And what I'm bringing up with Councilman Howell talks about the rescue trucks, how they're revenue generators. So if we extrapolate the $100,000 for 3 years, if we went to Delta Dental, we can buy a new rescue truck in the savings, which will help us get the fire truck, which in quotes generates revenue. So that's my point. So let's move on to the next. Let's move on to.
Could I make one
I'm sorry.
Could I make one clarifying comment? Thank you. So these are suggested working rates. These could go up or down based on claims utilization from the city and its members. So you'll see here fully insured and self-insured proposals. So I just want to make that clear. These are projections.
I understand, but everything we're doing is projections. So we're just basing it on savings, which we're looking to save money. We have the city finance director talking about he can't wait to capture the $1.3 million savings on this. And if I understood what the woman from WB said, the director, we have $4 million in the kitty right now. We can get that 1.3. That shouldn't be the deciding factor because we have that in the kitty right now with the WB. But having said that, I don't want to get into that point. I'm on page 29 now of your which we got documentation from your analysis. And I have a couple questions for you. I was interested on the group 0007, HM early retirees. Who are that? What's an early retiree? I'm on page 29. group is 0007, early retiree.
I need to defer to the personnel office for someone who is under that group.
Okay.
Early retirees are people who are vested in the plan and choose to retire earlier than I think the rule of 80, but they do so at a reduced monthly retirement rate.
But the cost of individual, that might be true, but I'm looking at retirees 0006 and 0007, and the individual rate is 791 for both of them. So we're paying the same rate?
What page are you looking at?
Page 29.
I'll have to look at that for you. I think the answer is yes, but I'll have to look at it for a few seconds to give you a.
No, I understand. Well, let me just make a comment where you're looking. Back under the old contracts, you used to be able in the city of Warwick to work 10 years, part-time, 20 hours a week for 10 years, and at age 55, you were entitled to lifetime health care. They changed it a couple of years ago when they changed the contracts. But it's certainly a little rich to be giving somebody at age 55, if they're working 10 years for the city for 20 hours a week, lifetime health care.
We don't have, I understand that used to be the part-timers, but I think there's the practice of putting part-timers in the pension plan has ended. There's an ordinance.
Oh, it changed. I don't disagree it ended, but I'm asking, that's what I thought this might have been referring to. I didn't know. That's what I'm asking.
No, employees, regular full-time employees can opt for an early retirement, and the trade-off is that they get a reduced pension, for life. They never recoup it. It's adjusted for their early retirement. And I'm sorry, off the top, I don't know the criteria. I just know that it's, you can retire before age, before you reach retirement age. But again, it's a reduced rate.
Well, you're talking about pension. I'm talking about health care. I didn't think there was any reduction in health care as long as they met the 20. Now I think it's 20 years in. I know it used to be 10. They changed it a couple of years ago. But having said that, I also noticed we have a couple of different plans here. In other words, we got classic. How much does a classic plan cost today for a year for a family? Looks like about $30,000 a year. Is that correct?
You would take the individual. Are you looking at individual or family?
Well, no, I'm looking at family. If you go classic on 0003, it's 20, call it $2,500 a month. So I'd figure out to about 30,000. So we still have some people on classic and police. Is that contractual? Is that why we have regular insurance premiums and then classic?
I need to defer to the city.
Okay.
If I'm looking at this document, it says that the classic blue, that the column to the right says lives 0.
Yeah, that's in that one, 00. But if you go down, you can see classic retired police. And then they have classic, I think it's 300. You have to excuse me. It's kind of small print. I think it's 300 that. And then if you toggle over, it says it's like 2,500 a month. and they have a dollar total associated with it. So you're looking at 30,000 a month. I mean, excuse me, 30,000 a year. What's the by the way, let's just backtrack. What's the co-pays now for municipal, police, and fire? What are their co-pays for healthcare? What percentage do they pay?
I don't have that information in front of me right now in terms of percentage.
Because I know municipal used to pay 20, now they're down to 17. They dropped it in the last contract we didn't even go up in price. We went down 3%. I guess my next question is, if we added the extra 3% to the municipal, how many thousands would that get us a year? Why do we have so many different pension plans? I mean, healthcare plans here, Plan 65, Plan 65G. Why are there so many different plans?
The plans represent commitments we've made to retirees.
Why don't you walk me through if I'm a retired city worker now?
Sir, please continue your questions on this bid package. We can't change anything. We can only discuss this bid package.
I am discussing the bid package, Council President.
So you're trying to get us to walk through. You need to ask questions regarding this. What is your opinion? What are your thoughts? What are your questions on whether we should go to the trust, whether we should stay with the WB? Should we go with another thing? That is what is before us this evening.
And I'm using the appendix that the people just gave us from the consultants gave us. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not making up these sheets. The sheets are right here. I'm reading. This is on 29. This is on page 29. I'm asking for 29. What does this include? Are we getting a copay? For example, classic police. Let's go down to classic line 0027. This is right off the sheet, Council President. So I'm asking, it's $37,000 or $2,400 a month. What's their copay? Is this just what we pay, or does the city pay that, or is that what the employee pays? I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Again, but what is before us is who will be the administrator of the healthcare. The trust, WB, that is the main question.
So let me ask you this question. When do I get to ask the questions that I want to ask? If I can't ask them tonight, when can I ask it?
This is a meeting on this one specific topic. When you want to discuss co-pays and different things like that, there'll be other opportunities. Right now, we are only here to discuss who is going to be the provider, whether it's going to be, are we going to stay, whether we're going to move, whether we should put it back out to bid. These are what is before us.
And I'm looking at the Blue Cross Blue Shield rates. So I don't have a right to ask about the rates from the documentation that they gave us?
Sir,
they gave you as well as the general public?
Sir, continue your questions, but they have tried to answer your questions. They don't have all that information in front of them, so we need to move on.
Mr. President, may I make a comment, please? Mr. President, may I make a comment?
No, I'm sorry, Councilman Lattiser. We not at this time. Mr. Durant is the speaker.
Let me ask one last question then, and this is to the consultants. I think it's Megan is the lady's name. Can you tell me with reference to healthcare, what percentage now are active employees and what percentage are retired employees?
Hi there. I could sum that up pretty quickly.
Okay, that'd be fine. Thank you.
If you want to continue, I'd be happy to provide that answer in a few moments.
While she's looking that up, do you have any other questions that you would like?
No, well, I can't answer questions I want, so let's have that my final question.
Thank you.
This will take a few minutes, so I'm not sure if we want to continue, and I can provide the answer.
Yes, please look for that. We will be looking for that answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Durant. Okay, at this time, every individual has gotten a chance to speak once. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved
Seconded.
by Councilman Foley, seconded by Councilman Howe. Do we have to take a roll call out of that?
I would
believe
take
so.
it. I would
Okay.
take it.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So the clerk will call the roll to end the public hearing.
Thanks, Council President. Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yeah, excuse me, abstain.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention to close the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilman who would like to ask a question, anybody would like to ask questions, you can raise your hand. I can see everybody or on the sheet here. All right, so we're going to get a second opportunity for a couple individuals here. Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you, Council President. I just have one. We heard from the representative from WB, and she was describing their model, cutting costs out of overhead, operating costs, et cetera, and described it. And I'm not. This is not a direct quote, but it's a paraphrase that they rely on an outsourced low staff model. And one of the other things that's pointed out in the presentation is that one of the reasons to go to the interlocal trust is ease of administration and potential impact that may have on HR staff, personnel staff, et cetera, the burden essentially on the city to administrate the program. So I'm just, I would open it up to either sort of describe the benefits or potential pitfalls of administration from the city's perspective and how the different models might impact those. I think
just us left here.
All right, and maybe the consultants can just answer that from a general perspective.
Yeah, I was going to actually defer to Stephen, but I think that in terms of the administrative capacities, just the organizations themselves are differently structured. There are some resources that are more specifically designated to programs at the trust. So, the assumption is that potentially there could be some more administrative support for the city. I don't know, Stephen, if you want to add anything else to that.
My personal experience when I was going through this, my personal experience is I'm brand new with the city and came from a fully insured model. But I've talked to my staff, all of whom have been here and have had experience both with the trust and then with the WB. The experience has been good, but I've been informed that the amount of back of the house work here at Human Resources increases with the self-insured model as opposed to the fully insured model. So some of the costs and some of the time and effort is picked up here, and so it's not a perfect comparison because granted the administrative cost goes down a bit. I can't quantify it, but I do know that I have one staff person doing monthly billing and spending a fair amount of time sometimes some days reconciling bills before they're being paid.
Okay, fair answer. If nobody else wants to weigh in on that, I have one more question. So Sarah Mandrelli has her hand up from WB. Not sure if you want to give her a
Closed comment. Oh, sorry.
Good
Do you have a
evening.
question for her, Councilman?
Yeah, it'd be the same question. So if she could just speak to how that outsource model impacts the city's responsibilities or workload related to administrative burden.
Yep,
Right, so-
Chris, if you could unmic her.
She can, she's able to talk, Mr. President.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I think, you know, when I said that we were a lean operationals, and I said that was intentional, and I will touch to the specific issue that Mr. Rotundo just brought up. I don't believe that our members feel that there's anything lacking from services. It was really more of an organizational structure and how we chose to fund it. We found that bulking up our payroll was not as cost efficient as looking at where our strengths were as an executive director and strategically outsourcing to get that back end support, rather than adding additional people to the WB payroll, which ultimately would get passed through to members to fund that overhead costs. You know, again, our primary goal is to keep our overhead costs as low as possible, because our intent is not to grow the organization in that manner. It's to be a cost-effective platform for our communities. I do agree, and we actually did note this in the bid because there was a question about the billing process. We have switched billing procedures. So in streamlining our efficiencies, we did transition to using Blue Cross from a billing perspective. And some of that transition, in full disclosure, and again, I haven't been in this role long enough, but I've been involved in WB long enough to know that it has been a little bit bumpy for Warwick, just because of the size and scope of the membership. So we are in the process of doing a pretty comprehensive reconciliation with Blue Cross right now. I anticipate that going away. So I can certainly empathize with Mr. Rotundo's staffing, because anytime you have additional reconciliations that take place, that can be a struggle. However, I don't think that that's a long-term or structural issue with WB, more of a result of us changing our billing practice and making sure that we customize as best as we can to meet into each individual member's needs. So that was really the only component that I wanted to share there. Outside of adjusting a billing, I would struggle to see how much any other organization could really help an administrative staff in an HR capacity, because so much of that comes, you know, as an employee walks in the door. You know, onboarding and all of that really comes through an employer, whether you're City of Warwick or, you know, a public corporation. So I think there's only so much that we could offer from an administrative perspective, just because the nature of that employee relations from a human resources perspective lies within that human resource department.
And Mr. Rotundo, would you say that the systems and process to enroll a new employee or to go through open enrollment are equal between the two organizations? Would be different? Do we have the same level of technology and tools to facilitate that process, or are those on par?
Let me just say that I want to make something clear too. I didn't want to, what I said wasn't a slight to Sarah, who's been very responsive, and her predecessors. They're very good. I do think that's not meant. Sarah's been excellent, but I think that the two organizations, I mean, the trust has built in redundancies, which helps ease the burden on the city of Warwick and our administrative functions. I can't speak personally to the kind and level because again, I've been here just maybe a month or two longer than Sarah's been there, but my staff has all been here and dealt with both organizations and said there are complications in open enrollment and billing and so on. that just simply shift the burden onto our staff. It's part of, I think it's part of the business model. I'm tickled to know or hear that it might improve, but that has been the feedback that I've received from the staff.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more. Sorry, guys. I know it's late. One of the other benefits that was spoken about and is in the packet related to the self-insured model is the granularity in data that is available to someone who wanted to, make particular inquiries into that data. I have it on the pros and cons sheet, but I believe it's elaborated on another page. So I'm just wondering on the fully insured model, do we lose anything in terms of reporting capability or visibility? How does that impact us? And are you okay with that if that's the direction we go? Mr. Rotundo, if you can, or Danielle, I think probably you know this the best.
Yes. Well, typically when an employer is self-insured, they quote unquote own their data. So they're able to see very specific insights into claims and pharmacy claims to an extent, although with the caveat that, the WV and the trust are, as someone mentioned, sort of a hybrid model. I think Rob Cleese said that, which is very accurate. So, but typically speaking, when you are self-insured, you have that insight. When you are considered to be fully insured, you don't always have the granularities. You do have some level of reporting, and you can see high cost claimants, usually, hopefully on a monthly basis. But, it depends too, like what the city is willing to do and how much it leverages and uses it as well. So, it really depends upon the circumstance of, you may have access to it, but if the city is, sort of using it at the same level in both, then there shouldn't be that much of a differential.
Okay, got it. And that would that go through the third party administrator anyways, because of the granularity, or is that something that the city would actually do independently?
I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
And analyzing down to that level of granularity, would that level of visibility,
Well, it depends. I mean, usually as consultants, when we work with more traditional self-insured type groups, we're getting the file feeds on a regular basis. And depending upon what type of program, whether we're looking at clinical programs, health management, whether we're managing the pharmacy directly, we normally would be having a team assigned to looking at that data, not necessarily the employer. And then we make recommendations accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Foley.
Question, I think, is to Peter. Are you still with us, Peter?
Yes, I am.
RFP, did that meet all the restraints and the restrictions or all the guidelines necessary when it went out?
Well, first of all, really, Steve or maybe Bruce would be a better person to comment. I was not involved in drafting the RFP. I know we were talking about the timeframes and the 3-month window that we had to, and that was mentioned in the RFP in terms of the timeframes. But I think the kinds of questions you're asking, I think Steve is a better responder than I am.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. I mean, certainly the RFP, the city has very strict guidelines for putting on RFP, very strict timeframes. And we work very closely with purchasing to ensure that, and purchasing ensured that we met all of the city's criteria. And when we put that out, we worked closely with the consultant. They really did the lion's share of the work. We reviewed it, we changed it and modified it to meet our needs. But I hope that answers the question. I think
that is my question, making sure that it hit all the, dotted our I's and crossed our T's.
Yes, Ms. Peshka would not allow us to not do that. And So I got schooled on the process, and will be forever grateful for that schooling.
Leads me to a second question to the consultant, Danielle, I believe. That would be, so when you got the RFP or you got the proposals from the vendors, did you have an adequate time to analyze those bids?
Yes, I think we did have adequate time, particularly since we had a vantage point of last year going through this process and we were familiar with the city. We had templates and, you know, data experience already that we were familiar with. So we committed to working within the time frame that we had. And yes, I do think we had adequate time for this recommendation.
My final question is from one of the gentlemen from the city. I'm understanding that the recommendation that is in front of us is endorsed by the administration, correct?
Correct.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying thank you to the president, and thank you to my colleagues, and thank you to all the dedicated people in this project for bringing this forward. I heard a comment earlier that it's comparable to the fire contract, and I have to strongly and kind of laughably disagree. The reason why the special meeting for the fire contract was called was the exact reason why the council president, and I commend you for it, and I commend my colleagues, was because we were so backed up on city business that the council president committed that to not to happen again. And so we decided to have a dedicated evening to address this and to take care of this issue and to vote on it and to make sure that we keep city business going. So I want to thank all my colleagues and the council president, everyone involved on getting this done. This was needed and it had to be done. Secondly, I also want to clarify that I am not an expert on healthcare. I don't think, as a matter of fact, I don't think anyone is technically a health expert on healthcare except for the experts that we contract to go over healthcare. If I wanted to know how to drown a bunch of fowl or rodents, I know who to contact. If I wanted to know who to contact, what it was like serving in the National Guard during the Vietnam War, I know who to contact. If I wanted to have an idea how to make a nice jazzy graph, I know who to contact. But if I want to figure out how to get healthcare insurance, I'm going to contact healthcare insurance professionals, analysts, who are going to recommend that we hired them to do the best thing for the city, the best possible financial for the city. Some of the issues brought up tonight were absolutely had nothing to do with what the business was tonight. And Mr. President, I want to commend you for bringing that up. There are issues that have to be addressed and have to be honored because they are in the contracts of the city. So therefore, I just wanted to say I appreciate the time everyone's given. I will not take any more of your time. And I want to again say thank you for all the time and the diligence. Our job on the city council is to assess and to vote up or vote down. That's it. That's our job. To the corner office goes the selection process and the headaches of getting it, choosing which one works. Our job is simple, to analyze and to go thumbs up or thumbs down and to bring up the points that need to be brought up. With that, I yield. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo everything Councilman Hall just said. I think it's really great that the consultants are here to answer our questions. I do have a couple of issues I just want to bring up before we go back and talk again more with the people that already spoke once. One was the wellness that they brought up. Now, I work for the state, but I know the city gets the same thing, I believe, that if you participate in the wellness program, there's an incentive. Like if it's a family plan, there might be $500, but if you do one task or if you go have one test done, you might get $50 a couple of months down the road. So I think that wellness program is something that's great because by you participating in it, you're taking tests, and by doing that, you might be helping eliminate a lot of the claims that are coming. That's one thing. One concern I do have is when we're talking about the prescriptions. Now, I know we brought up going back to 2007. We had this problem back in 2007 too, when there were two other providers going at it. Because I worked for the state and I worked for the state back then, I had a list of doctors that were being eliminated from the program. And they also had a list of prescription drugs that were being, they were higher. And I know the consultant, I think it was Danielle that mentioned, some might go lower, some might go higher. Are you aware, is there anything about doctors being taken off the list? Because our employees were very upset at the time. And I know one of the council people was pushing for that particular provider. And I was very upset about it. We had other council people very upset about it because a lot of those people that were participating in that program had those same doctors for years and years and years. And all of a sudden they were being taken off the list. Then now they couldn't be seen by those doctors. So I don't know if it's Danielle that I would be speaking to, if she could address that for me.
Yes, sure. So I completely understand where you're coming from, and that was also top of mind for us too in this evaluation. I think I mentioned at a certain point that was one of the differentiators with Aetna, because we knew that there was going to be a significant disruption for a portion of members with doctors. Because the trust uses Blue Cross Blue Shield Rhode Island, as does the WB, we do not anticipate any disruption in terms of the networks.
Okay, that's good. That's a plus. Again, I want to thank you for all the work you've done. And I totally agree with Councilman Howell that, I mean, I definitely don't know a lot about the insurance stuff. I learned a lot, over the years. I remember going way back, some of the issues that happened before, but I know I like to listen to the professionals when they give us the advice, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Lattiser.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. The question that I think was asked, and I don't recall us getting an answer, is whether or not, and I'll direct this to Sarah from WB, if WB has that 90-day clause in their contract.
In our contract, we request that a member gives us intention to withdraw 90 days before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have any further questions, Mr. President. I'll defer to Councilman Sinapi. I would like to make some closing comments before we move for a vote, though, if that's okay.
Is okay. Councilman Sinapi.
So just I guess just one real question from the memo that we got that has the 4 factors, whichever of the consultants wants to have at it. I assume all those factors is just as valid as when the memo was written. And by the 4 factors, I mean the plan that's recommended is the most cost-efficient full year 2020 employee healthcare premium costs, providing least budget impact, fully insured premium guarantees, costs will not exceed budget, strong administrative support capacity and experience with claims management and ACA reporting, and robust wellness programs to foster improved employee health and lifestyle choices, leading to better medical and pharmacy claims outcomes. Is that all still equally as valid as it was when this was provided to us?
As in a few days ago, yes.
I figured it was the same.
I'm not sure what your question. Yes.
No, I'm just making sure that nothing changed. And just a quick point, that wellness program, I went to an event where that was actually outlined in detail by the trust because they were basically showing it off to the various cities and towns. It had a measurable impact in basically helping ensure workers stayed healthier, took less sick time, obviously, as a result, therefore less overtime, et cetera, et cetera. So at a minimum, it has a positive impact. So.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from members of the council? Okay, Councilman Lattiser, if you just, any new information, and if you can keep it brief, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Just to the point of the wellness program, Mr. President, I agree with its benefit, but it's only a benefit if we use it. If we don't use it, it's not a benefit. And I believe the testimony earlier on today was that it doesn't appear that it has been used, or at least no one had any statistics of whether it had been used. So again, a benefit is only a benefit if it's being utilized. So I just want to sum up my analysis of the situation. Currently, we are with WB. We've been with WB for a number of years, and our history and our track record has proven clearly that we have performed very well, actually, for at least the last 10 years, possibly a lot more. We've remained very competitive because we have not exceeded our budget. We've remained very competitive, and our rates have stayed stable to the point where we have amassed this $4 to $4.6 million in surplus, in addition to $450,000 in dental benefit, as well as $130,000 dividend. We have stop loss in place. The stop loss is very effective. Obviously, it has been very effective for all the years that we've had this. The issue with me is also having to take our plan, which has a history of being very successful all on its own, unto its own, and put it into this risk pool. I would personally compare that to putting one into a risk pool because you don't have such a great driving record. So you go into a risk pool because the only place you can get insurance. We don't have that situation. I asked several times what would happen to our $4 million in the trust. I never got an answer on that. Really never got any answer at all, let alone a clear answer. And that is troubling. That is a concern because what we do know is with WB, that $4 million is a city asset and belongs with us. I'm concerned with the process, at least as it was explained, of coming up with this 5.6% reduction for our premium. And I question whether or not that was using an immature current premium because we haven't completed our year yet. So we don't know how that year is going to finish out. And I do have concerns with that reduction, particularly given some of the other rationale for what would happen with our assets in the trust. Our track record as a self-funded entity speaks for itself. It's been very, very clear. There is the 50% equity rule with the trust that doesn't appear in WB's. And also something that needs to be considered is while they have not assessed any fees prior to 2011, that does not prevent that necessity of doing so going forward, particularly in light of the fact that there's 54 members in this group. So for me, I would put out two suggestions. One suggestion would be to remain with a self-funded plan through WB. The other suggestion that I would put forward to my colleagues on the council is, it's been discussed quite a bit at length this evening and there's a whole bunch of reasons why there wasn't as the equal amount of time put into this as there has been in the past. We've changed administrations. We've had various changes throughout the organization. And as the council president spoke to, it's only quite recently that he's received the information. I know I didn't know anything about having to have the meeting before April 1st until Friday. And I'm not putting any blame on anyone. I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not saying that, you know, there was anything, you know, the big bad wolf coming up on this. It happened. And there's very good reasons and explanations why it happened. But the fact of the matter, it happened. And we're talking about a $23 million book of business here that the taxpayers are footing the lion's share of. So my second suggestion would be to extend for one additional year the contract that we currently have with WB. We know that even with the run out, we are going to be still sitting on very close to $4 million. And the run out, by the way, is not going to be known till probably another year from now. Stay with WB, extend the contract for another year. And in doing so, what I would just ask you to consider is the conversations that we had about the uncertainty of the COVID. You know, how did it impact us this year? How is it going to impact us next year? What happens with all of the elective surgeries and procedures, et cetera, that have not been done in this past year? And if they all fall into next year, and how is that going to impact us? Those are certainly unknowns. And I think it certainly is worth considering extending the contract with WB for 1 year. We have a zero increase. We have approximately a $4 million reserves that if we need to tap into them, we can. And next year, you take a look at this thing from a whole new perspective, a whole fresh look. You're going to have the COVID thing behind us. We'll have plenty of time for our consultants to dig into long-term numbers as opposed to analyzing what's happened in the past year or two. And we will have a much more opportune time to review it in its whole. So I guess if nobody else, I'm sorry, Councilman Snappy does have his hand up, so I'll just hold off on making a motion, Mr. President, until Councilman Snappy has an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Councilman Snappy.
I was planned on doing the same thing, move favorable action on the recommendation.
So we have a motion for, a motion has been made. I don't believe, well, first, let me ask, do we have a second?
Second.
There's a second by Councilman Howe. I'd like to ask the attorney just for clarification here. It looks like another councilman may have a motion as well, procedure-wise.
We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. Be ripe for discussion. Otherwise, it's parliamentary order of any other precedents that could take other action. I don't know what the next thought process is, so.
So is that to say that I am now unable to make my motion because I yielded the floor?
At this point in time, a motion has been made and seconded, so the appropriate next step is any discussion on that motion to favorable action.
In the interest of politeness and whatnot, I don't mind if he makes his first. My goal wasn't to hamstring him.
So we'd have to withdraw that motion?
That's fine with me.
Yes.
I'll withdraw
Okay,
it.
so we'll withdraw the motion. Okay, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Councilman Sinapi. So I would make a motion to extend the current contract with WB for one additional year.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second? Second by,
That's a question. That's a question.
okay, hold on one second. Do we have a second? First, we need to see if we have a second.
Okay, hold on. First, if we have a second.
Do we have a second?
We have a second.
We do not have a second on that motion. Do I have a motion, another motion?
Can I just get a clarification here?
Sure.
I'm aware of two options before us. One is to enter into a new contract with WB, and one is to enter into a new contract for 3 years with the trust. Was what the councilman from Ward 5 was motioning is to approve the new contract for 1 year with WB? Because I don't believe any sort of extension is on the table.
Can we get clarification on the councilman's question?
Yes, I was looking to renew the contract with WB for 1 year.
Yes, and I believe to the city council attorneys, is that an option? I mean, he made the motion, so it is an option, but.
So I guess the question is, on the bid that has come from WB, is the term 1 year, and is essentially what the councilman is requesting is a motion to make them the awarded bidder.
For 1 year, that is correct.
And are those the terms before us? I just want absolute clarification.
Mr. Conley?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. As I understood the response to the RFP from the parties and the discussion tonight, and as outlined by the consultants, the proposals before you tonight were for a 1 year contract with the WB or a 3 year contract with the trust.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilman Gephardt.
I'm good. I understand now.
Okay, so right now what we're looking at is that Councilman Lattiser has made a motion to extend the WB for 1 year. So he's looking for a second on that motion. Okay, there is no second on that motion. Do I have another motion from anyone on the council?
I'll renew my motion.
Okay, Councilman Sinapi, if you could.
Second it.
Okay, you're going to do, if you just say what it is, favorable action.
Favorable action to follow the recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Councilman Howe and Councilman Foley. Any questions on this motion? Any questions? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
No.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Abstain.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. PCR 5121 passes.
So the motion passes.
Passes, sorry.
Yep. Thank you. The motion passes, and let me just confirm on the schedule here. Okay. We're going to take a motion to adjourn, but before I do that, I just want to thank everybody this evening. I want to thank all the council members for asking lots of detailed questions here tonight. And I know over the weekend and during the week that you were working on this as well. I want to thank all the members of the public that called in with very good questions that really helped give good information. I want to thank the consultants for providing this information for us, for answering all these questions, and the administration as well. Thank you very much. So I just this is the process here. So I think we did very good work this evening. I thank everybody for their hard work on this issue and your professionalism all around, everybody involved. Thank you very much. And I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn made by
Seconded.
Councilman Lattiser, second by Councilman Howe. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Have a good evening, everyone.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Happy Easter, everyone.
Happy Easter. Thank you. Same to you.